With this in mind, Budget 2026 is presented very simply under the theme, putting people first.
I hope the manifesto is regarded here. Come on, people say that they are and tell each other.
Mr. Speaker, I will now review the global and regional economic context. At the time we meet. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's sustained strong economic performance comes against the backdrop of a global economy that is best characterized by uneven growth and an uncertain outlook. Mr. Speaker, while remaining broadly resilient in 2025, the global economy was confronted by some loss of momentum as several events weighed on economic activity. A rapidly changing global policy environment, significant shifts in global trading arrangements, and increased labor market rigidities in some economies tempered business and consumer confidence and weakened cross-border investment. As a result, global growth is estimated at 3.3% for 2025, unchanged from the growth recorded in 2024. Growth in advanced economies is estimated to have moderated to 1.7% in 2025 from 1.8% in 2024. In the United States, growth is estimated to have slowed to 2.1% in 2025 from 2.8% in 2024. At the same time, it is estimated that the euro area grew by 1.4%, up from 0.9% in 2024. In the emerging market and developing economies, growth is estimated at 4.4% for 2025, up from 4.3% in 2024. In the Latin America and Caribbean region, growth held steady at 2.4%. In the Caribbean, growth is estimated at 3.6% in 2025, down from 12.1% a year ago. Excluding Guyana and Haiti, growth in the Caribbean is estimated to have risen to 1.9% in 2025, having eased in 2024. Mr. Speaker, this year, Growth in the global economy is expected to hold steady at 3.3%. Growth in advanced economies is projected to pick up slightly to 1.8%, with growth in the US projected to rise to 2.4%, while growth in the euro area is expected at 1.3%. In emerging markets and developing economies, growth is projected to slow to 4.2%, with China continuing to lose momentum, along with a moderation of growth in India. Growth in the Latin American Caribbean region is also expected to slow this year to 2.2%. In the Caribbean, growth is projected at 8.2%, but excluding Guyana and Haiti, growth in the region is projected to stay level at 1.9%. Mr. Speaker, as earlier supply shocks dissipated and price pressures subsided, global inflation continued to trend downwards. As such, global inflation is estimated to have declined to 4.1% in 2025, down from 5.8% in 2024. In 2026, global inflation is anticipated to decline further to 3.8%, with continuing trends of soft demand and low energy prices. Mr. Speaker, the world market prices of Guyana's key exported commodities showed mixed trends when compared with 2024 levels. With respect to agricultural commodities, the average price of sugar fell by 17.1% to 37 US cents per kilogram in 2025. And similarly, rice prices averaged $408 US per ton last year, a sharp 30.7% decline when compared with the average a year ago, or a year before that. This, Mr. Speaker, referring to the decline in rice prices, was on account of India's removal of export restrictions, which contributed to excess supply from major exporters amidst weak demand worldwide. Mr. Speaker, aluminum prices increased by 8.8%, averaging $2,632 US per metric ton, partially owing to strong demand for its use in renewable energy technologies. Gold prices climbed 44.1% to average $3,442 US per troy ounce, driven by strong investment demand as a safe haven asset. Notably, gold prices rose above the 4,000 per troy ounce mark for the first time in October last year, and climbed as high as $4,534 US per troy ounce in December of last year, and has continued to date to climb to even higher record prices. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, oil prices declined in 2025, with crude oil prices averaging $69 US per barrel, 14.5% below the 2024 average, largely reflecting strong supply growth, which outpaced softer demand and contributed to rising inventories. Mr. Speaker, for 2026, the latest forecasts indicate that commodity prices are expected to largely trend downward. Sugar prices are expected to contract further by 0.5%, while rice prices are expected to decline by 1.7% to average $401 US per metric ton. In contrast, the average price of logs is projected to grow by 5.5%. Metal prices, Mr. Speaker, are expected to trend in a mixed manner this year. Aluminum prices are projected to fall marginally by 1.2% to average $2,600 per metric ton, while gold prices are expected to continue to grow, with an average price of $3,575 per troy ounce projected for 2026. The average price of crude oil is anticipated to decline further by 15.2% to $59 per barrel, with the expectation of continued deceleration in demand growth and expanding global supply. Mr. Speaker, with respect to interest rates, after holding rates steady in the first half of 2025, in September, the Federal Reserve reduced interest rates by 25 basis points. A second rate cut followed soon thereafter in October. And a month ago, the Federal Reserve implemented another 25 basis points reduction, bringing interest rates to the lowest level in 3 years. Some expect, Mr. Speaker, for interest rates to hold steady for at least the first quarter of 2026, with possible reductions later this year. I now turn, Mr. Speaker, to developments in the domestic economy in 2025. Mr. Speaker, despite the challenging and uncertain global context to which I have just referred, this People's Progressive Party civic government's robust policy framework has enabled us in Guyana to demonstrate consistently that economic growth can be strong and steady in the most testing of circumstances. Mr. Speaker, today I have the pleasure of reporting that the Guyanese economy is estimated to have expanded by 19.3% overall in 2025. And I have, Mr. Speaker, the further pleasure of reporting that the Guyanese non-oil economy is estimated to have grown by 14.3% in 2025. Our overall real economic growth continues to be supported by strong expansion in oil and gas activity, as well as sustained growth across the non-oil sectors of the economy. Growth in the non-oil economy in 2025 was driven largely by agriculture, mining, construction, and services. Agriculture, forestry, and fishing. Mr. Speaker, the agriculture, forestry, and fishing sector is estimated to have grown by 11.5% in 2025, with increases across all subsectors, namely other crops, livestock, rice, sugar, forestry, and fishing, all. Mr. Speaker, the sugar growing subsector, despite its challenges, is estimated to have expanded by 26.5% in 2025, having produced 59,600 tons. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that production in this sector was hampered by heavy rainfall that affected harvesting and field operations, and that this was compounded by labor shortages, low employee turnout, and challenges with factory machinery at some estates. Mr. Speaker, despite softer global rice prices, milling bottlenecks, and cash flow challenges, the rice subsector delivered another record-breaking year in 2025. The rice growing sector is estimated to have expanded by 15.7% in 2025, with the GRDB reporting rice production of 810,299 tons of rice, the highest level of production in any year on record. With performance supported by decent field conditions, yields remained constant with 2024 levels at 6.6 tons per hectare. Throughout the year, farmers in the sector benefited from additional fertilizer support, paddy subsidies, and continuous work and assistance on higher yielding varieties. Mr. Speaker, the other crops subsector is also estimated to have grown by 11.1% in 2025. With expansions observed across all major crop categories, significant growth was recorded in the production of root crops, vegetables, spices, and fruits. Output of these commodities expanded by 18%, 5.8%, 11.2%, and 5.1% respectively. Of note, the production of beans and cereals also expanded in 2025, with soybean and corn output growing by 72.1% and 10.3% respectively. The livestock industry is estimated to have expanded by 12.5% in 2025, with growth again observed across almost all subcategories. Based on the latest available estimates, the production of poultry, beef, pork, and eggs grew by 11.5%, 11.7%, 6%, and 12.4% respectively. The notable growth observed in poultry production was supported by an increase in the importation of eggs following reduced prevalence of bird flu, as well as a significant reduction in the incidence of the viral disease that had previously affected the industry. In the fishing industry, estimated growth of 6.5% was recorded for 2025, with an expansion in marine fish production and aquaculture outweighing a contraction in marine shrimp output. Marine fish production expanded by 16.7% and aquaculture production by 52%. In contrast, marine shrimp production declined by 42%, with contractions in prawns and industrial and artisanal shrimp output. The marine shrimp industry continues to be affected by lower catch rates and a decline in the active industrial fleet. The forestry subsector is estimated to have expanded by 2.7% in 2025. Improved production was recorded for all categories of timber: the production of logs, sawnwood, roundwood, splitwood, and fuelwood expanded by 2%, 4.8%, 1.2%, 69.7%, and 22.8% respectively. Timber production totaled 495,226 cubic meters in 2025. Extractive industries. Mr. Speaker, the mining and quarrying sector is estimated to have expanded by 21% in 2025. Expansion in the oil and gas and support services sector remains strong, supported by continued gains in the other subsectors. Mr. Speaker, the oil and gas subsector is estimated to have expanded by 21% in 2025, with production of 261.1 million barrels of crude oil. Growth was driven largely by higher production from the Liza Unity and Prosperity FPSO vessels, combined with the startup Liza Unity and Prosperity FPSOs, combined, Mr. Speaker, with the startup during 2025 of the one Guyana FPSO. Mr. Speaker, the Stabroek Block, on average, produced crude oil at a rate of just below 830,000 barrels of oil per day, with Liza Destiny producing an average rate of approximately 134,300 barrels per day, Liza Unity 249,500, Prosperity at a rate of 255,200, and the one Guyana, which, like I said, started up during the course of the year, in fact, during the second half of the year, at just under 191,000 barrels of oil per day. Mr. Speaker, the gold mining industry is estimated to have expanded by 11.6% in 2025, with total gold declarations of 484,321 ounces, while declarations from licensed dealerships declined by 21.5% to 121,883 ounces. Declarations from the lone large operator grew by 15.5% to 167,005 ounces. And declarations to the Guyana Gold Board grew by 45.6% to 195,432 ounces. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, improved gold declarations have been supported by a tougher compliance and enforcement environment in the sector. Mr. Speaker, led by the ramp-up in metallurgical grade bauxite, the bauxite mining industry is estimated to have grown by 53.4% in 2025, with 3.9 million tons of bauxite produced. With one full year of ramped-up production from the MAZ project in Region 10, output from the larger producer in the industry grew by 138.4% to almost 3.7 million tons. At the same time, output from the smaller operator expanded from 173,970 tons in 2024 to 253,875 tons last year. The other mining subsector, comprising sandstone, diamonds, and manganese, also recorded strong growth, with an estimated expansion of 28.9% in 2025. Sand extraction and stone declarations are estimated to have grown by 20% and 68.3%, respectively, driven by continued growing demand from construction activity in both the public and private sectors. Manganese production is also estimated to have expanded by 13.5%. These increases more than offset the estimated decline of 24.2% observed for diamond declarations. Mr. Speaker, the manufacturing sector is estimated to have expanded by 20% in 2025, with growth recorded in all categories: other manufacturing, rice manufacturing, and sugar manufacturing. These industries are all estimated to have expanded rather by 24.3%, 6.5%, and 26.5%, respectively. Within other manufacturing, growth was driven largely by the manufacturing of non-metallic products, beverages, other food and chemical products, which grew by 42.1%, 16.6%, 7.3%, and 7.6%, respectively. Electricity and water supply. Mr. Speaker, the electricity and water supply subsectors are estimated to have expanded by 5.3% and 0.1%, respectively. Growth in electricity continues to be supported by expanded generating capacity and other investments made in the sector that provide additional power to help meet the rapidly growing demand. The marginal growth in water supply in 2025 reflects the operationalizing of 12 new wells, which offset the 14 wells that were decommissioned. Construction. Mr. Speaker, the construction sector is estimated to have grown by 31% in 2025, with major transformational projects across all industries in the public and private sectors.
Yes, sir.
Within the public sector investment program, capital investment in roads, bridges, and other critical infrastructure continues to drive activity.
Still our performance.
On the private side, construction activity has intensified with continued investment in real estate, hospitality, and other commercial developments. In services, Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that the services sector expanded by 8% in 2025. This growth was driven largely by expansion in financial and insurance activities, wholesale and retail trade and repairs, administrative and support services, and transport and storage. These industries grew by 15.5%, 8.6%, 6.5%, and 6.4%, respectively. Balance of payments. Mr. Speaker, the overall balance of payments registered an estimated surplus of $338.2 million at the end of 2025. The current account recorded an estimated surplus of $3.5 billion with a merchandise trade surplus of $9.9 billion. Despite lower crude oil prices, total export earnings grew by 1.8% to an estimated $20.1 billion in 2025, with an estimated $2.3 billion in non-oil export earnings. Overall import payments increased to an estimated $10.3 billion at the end of 2025, 50.2% higher than the 2024 level. Within this, the import of capital goods increased by 102% to $5.8 billion. Consumption goods increased by 29.3% to $1.4 billion, and intermediate goods increased by 6.8% to $3.1 billion. Notably, the growth in capital goods was driven by higher importation of mining machinery, which grew by $2.7 billion, largely on account of the One Guyana FPSO that arrived in Guyana, as I mentioned earlier, during 2025. And other major contributors were the imports of agricultural machinery, building materials, and industrial machinery, which grew by $124.2 million, $59.2 million, and $55.7 million. Growth in the importation of intermediate goods was underpinned by higher imports of fuel and lubricants, other intermediate goods, and chemicals. Growth in the importation of consumption goods was driven by the importation of motor cars, other durables, other non-durables, and final food for consumption. In the current account, net service payments declined by an estimated $2.4 billion to $7.4 billion. Mr. Speaker, the deficit on the capital account is estimated to have fallen by 19.5% to an estimated $3.2 billion at the end of 2025. This is due largely to a significant improvement in net non-financial public sector capital on account of transfers from the Natural Resource Fund and higher disbursements. In addition, improvement was observed in the net foreign direct investment position on account of the investment in the One Guyana FPSO. Mr. Speaker, the balance of payments surplus supported an expansion in the foreign reserves that we hold at the Bank of Guyana, which grew to $1.3 billion at the end of 2025. Monetary developments. Mr. Speaker, the financial system continues to be strong and stable while contributing to the country's economic growth objectives. This reflects the government's efforts to ensure that the sector is prudently regulated and supervised while it remains dynamic and competitive. Money supply is estimated to have grown by 29.4% to almost $1.4 trillion at the end of 2025, reflecting an expansion in both narrow money and quasi-money. These grew by an estimated 33.9% and 21.7%, reaching $886 billion and $474.8 billion, respectively. Growth in savings deposits was driven by an increase in deposits held by both individual customers and business enterprises, which expanded to $379.8 billion and $57.4 billion, respectively. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2025, net domestic credit is estimated to have increased by 30% to $1.1 trillion, reflecting robust growth in both the public and private sectors. This continues to demonstrate the effectiveness of government's measures to improve access to financing and encourage productive investments across all sectors of our economy. Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, the rapid expansion of private sector credit has been one of the clearest signals of confidence in Guyana's economic performance. The composition of the growth in private sector credit has also provided a visible marker of the progress made in diversifying our economy. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, in 2025, credit to the private sector grew last year alone by an estimated 18% to $531.8 billion. And there were notable increases for business enterprises in the agriculture, mining and quarrying, manufacturing, and services sectors. Lending to these sectors expanded by 4%, 30%, 29.7%, and 11.4%, respectively. Credit to the agriculture sector expanded by $1.3 billion to reach $32.8 billion. Credit to the mining and quarrying sector grew by $1.7 billion. Credit to the manufacturing sector rose by $12.9 billion with higher lending to beverages, food and tobacco, other manufacturing, and other construction and engineering. Lending to the services sector expanded by $18 billion to $175.9 billion. Mr. Speaker, we also continue to see strong growth in real estate mortgages, which expanded by an estimated 19% to $185.4 billion in 2025. Needless to say, Mr. Speaker, this outstanding result was supported by government's proactive promotion of and provision of incentives for homeownership and for business expansion. The 2025 growth was driven by mortgages granted for both private dwellings and industrial and commercial properties, which expanded by 14.1% and 37% respectively. Credit to households also continued to show growth, rising by 36.9% to $66.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, interestingly, this was primarily supported by an increase in credit for motor cars, which rose by 58.4% to $33.3 billion. These are yet additional manifestations, I should say, Mr. Speaker, of our government's ongoing efforts to improve access to financing, to encourage economic participation, and to promote an improved standard of living. Very importantly, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the banking sector continued to reflect improved portfolio quality, with non-performing loans as a ratio or share of total loans declining to 1.6% at the end of 2025. The sustained reduction in non-performing loans seen in recent years is an indication of how the ability and willingness of borrowers to access and service loans have improved, and reinforces financial stability as credit continues to expand to all sectors of the economy. The improvement observed in the quality of lending opportunities also reflects the broader underlying strength of the economy. Mr. Speaker, total reserves deposited with the Bank of Guyana increased by an estimated 4.2% to $208.4 billion at the end of 2025. Additionally, over the review period, total liquid assets of commercial banks expanded by an estimated 29.7% to $526.6 billion. Prices and income. Inflation. Mr. Speaker, throughout 2025, our government continued to implement a number of proactive measures to contain the cost of living for the Guyanese people and to limit the impact of imported price pressures. These included measures to contain costs, such as the maintenance of the 0% excise tax on petroleum products, the reduction in the price of refined petroleum products at the pump, the abolition of bridge tolls on the Demerara River Bridge, the Berbice River Bridge, and Wismar Bridge, the extension of the measure to adjust freight charges to pre-pandemic levels to calculate import taxes, and the distribution of fertilizer and other support to farmers. As a result, consumer prices were contained throughout 2025, with the 12-month inflation rate at the end of 2025 estimated at 2.5%. This was driven primarily by food prices, which rose by 4.4%, and contributed 2.2 percentage points to the overall rate. Within food, meat, fish and eggs, and vegetables and vegetable products accounted for 0.6 of a percentage point and 0.5 of a percentage point, respectively. Interest rates. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the Bank of Guyana maintained a stable policy stance with minimal to no change across key interest rates. The 91-day and 364-day Treasury bill yields remained unchanged at 1.10 and 1.09% respectively, while the 182-day Treasury bill yield declined marginally from 1.00% to 0.99%. With respect to commercial banks, the small savings rate remained stable at 0.81%, while the weighted average lending rate declined from 8.07% to 7.89%, making credit more affordable. Income. Mr. Speaker, a critical element of our government's agenda for improving the well-being of the Guyanese people is our aim to ensure sustainable increases in disposable incomes for all categories of workers. In the public sector, this commitment was underscored by the conclusion in 2024 of historic multi-year agreements between the government and several trade unions representing public sector employees. These included the Guyana Public Service Union, the Guyana Teachers Union, and the Guyana Agricultural and General Workers Union. The concluded agreements saw increases in wages and salaries being granted over successive years to the employees concerned, as well as adjustments to other critical terms and conditions of their employment. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, in keeping with these multi-year agreements, an across-the-board increase of 8% was paid to public sector employees. This brought the cumulative salary increase granted to public sector employees since we assumed office in 2020 to 46%. As a result, the public sector wage bill stood at $252 billion at the end of 2025, compared with $127 billion in 2020. Moreover, since the restoration of the one-month bonus to members of the discipline services in 2020, which, as this Honorable House would recall, was unconscionably taken away from the members of the discipline services during the 2015 to 2020 period, since our restoration of that one-month bonus, more than $8 billion of additional disposable income, including $2 billion in 2025 alone, has been placed in the hands of the men and women in uniform. Additionally, in order to ensure that increases in take-home pay are enjoyed by the broadest possible cross-section of the population, our government has continued to implement progressive tax relief measures since we returned to office. In 2025, the monthly income tax threshold was increased to $130,000 Guyana, removing 22,000 workers from the tax net and making over $8.5 billion in additional disposable income available to taxpayers. This resulted in the income tax threshold being doubled from $65,000 monthly, where it was when we resumed office in 2020. In additional, personal income tax rates were reduced, and tax relief provided for persons with children, both in 2025. Further relief was provided and additional effort rewarded through special allowances granted for income earned from overtime work and from second jobs, also introduced in 2025. Mr. Speaker, these were, of course, in addition to income tax relief that we had previously granted to persons paying first-time mortgages and persons paying life and medical insurance premiums since we assumed office. Mr. Speaker, we also in 2025 delivered a suite of direct cash transfers aimed at putting real support in the hands of tens of thousands of Guyanese. For adults, distribution continued of the $100,000 cash grant for all citizens aged 18 and older. For new parents, a $100,000 cash grant was given for newborn babies, introduced by this People's Progressive Party civic government. For our children, the Because We Care cash grant was increased to $50,000 per child, in addition to the $5,000 per child uniform voucher. And for our senior citizens, the old age pension was increased to $41,000 per month. Combined, Mr. Speaker, these measures strengthened household incomes and increased the disposable income circulating in our economy and eased the day-to-day pressures for families countrywide. We reaffirm today our commitment over the next 5 years to policies and programs that will continue to empower our citizens, raise disposable incomes, and deliver a better quality of life for every single Guyanese person. Fiscal position, non-financial public sector. Mr. Speaker, the non-financial public sector deficit after grants was $305.7 billion, or 5.4% of GDP in 2025. This outturn reflects government's accelerated implementation of our national development agenda, with increased capital expenditure to advance transformative infrastructure and increased current expenditure to improve service delivery across the public sector, as well as to ramp up transfer payments to citizens through social benefit programs. The central government recorded a deficit of $308.9 billion, or 5.5% of GDP. Total current revenue, net of inflows from the Guyana Red Plus Investment Fund, or the GRIF as it is popularly and universally known, the Natural Resource Fund, or the NRF, and the sale of carbon credits, total current revenue net of those exceptions, amounted to $459.3 billion, an increase of 5% over 2024. Tax revenues collected from the GRA amounted to $535.2 billion, while non-tax revenue totaled $24.1 billion. Within the GRA, internal revenue collections amounted to $253.6 billion. Withholding and personal income taxes together declined by $36.7 billion, or 23.6%. Of course, Mr. Speaker, personal income tax collections were lower because of the series of measures we implemented to increase disposable income, to which I have just alluded. At the same time, private sector corporation taxes grew by $20 billion, or 24%. Customs and trade taxes grew by 27.3%. Value-added and excise taxes grew by 15.5%. Value-added tax on imported goods and services in particular grew by 26.3%. Excise tax collections grew by 37.7%, above 2024. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that these developments reflect continued strong growth in business activity across the entire economy, in addition to increased household consumption as a result of rising disposable incomes. Of particular note is the marked increase in importation of motor vehicles as more Guyanese persons acquire their own means of transportation consistent with improvements in standard of living. Mr. Speaker, central government expenditure totaled $1.3 trillion, of which non-interest current expenditure accounted for $604.1 billion. This was due to employment costs of $146.4 billion, driven by the 8% salary increase across the public service, as well as new recruitment, especially in the social sector. Other goods and services increased by 13.4%, largely on account of outlays related to the cash grant initiative to persons 18 years of age and over, and transfer payments increased by 27.3% on account of the increases in the Because We Care cash grant, old age pensions, public assistance, and the introduction of the Universal Health Voucher Program. Mr. Speaker, government's PSIP expenditure grew by 6% to $684.9 billion. This reflects our continued investment in and completion of major transformational projects across the country, including in the transport infrastructure sector, the energy sector, the housing sector, education, health, and agriculture. Mr. Speaker, public enterprises ended 2025 with an overall surplus of $3.3 billion, lower than the surplus of $10.6 billion at the end of 2024. It is important to note that the Guyana Oil Company Limited's receipts fell below 2024 level on account of reduced selling prices at the pump as a result of a reduction in price during 2025. Public debt management. Mr. Speaker, our government continues to balance the financing of our aggressive agenda for transformation with the preservation of fiscal and debt sustainability. We have maintained our unwavering commitment to the responsible and transparent management of Guyana's public debt by meeting our country's financing needs and payment obligations within prudent cost and risk parameters. This commitment exemplifies a well-established track record by successive People's Progressive Party civic governments, and that resumed on our return to office in 2020. Since then, that is to say, from 2020, the ratio of total public and publicly guaranteed debt to GDP declined from 47.4% at the end of 2020 to 28.6% at the end of 2025. In this context, total public and publicly guaranteed debt ended 2025 at $7.7 billion, reflecting positive net flows from both external and domestic financing sources over the last year. External public and publicly guaranteed debt totaled $2.9 billion at the end of 2025, and domestic public and public guaranteed debt totaled $4.8 billion. Total debt service payments amounted to $264.6 million in 2025, with $176.6 million made to external creditors and $88 million to domestic creditors. Mr. Speaker, notably, 5.5% of government revenue went towards debt service in 2025, down from 8.5% in 2020. This indicates a strong and improving capacity to meet our financial commitments as they fall due, and it implies a greater proportion of public funds being available for fiscal purposes other than debt service. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's debt is projected to remain strongly sustainable into the medium term, even as government advances its comprehensive and aggressive development and transformation program. Natural Resource Fund. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, there were 260 lifts of crude oil from Guyana's 4 producing FPSOs, including a combined inaugural lift from the one Guyana FPSO. There were 6 lifts executed from Liza Destiny for government, 8 from Liza Unity, and 12 from Prosperity, along with 3 from the one Guyana FPSO, a total of 32 lifts for the government of Guyana in 2025. The profit oil payments received in 2025 correspond to 2 lifts that occurred in the final quarter of 2024, 29 of the government lifts that occurred in 2025, and government's share from the inaugural lift from the one Guyana FPSO. For the year 2025, Mr. Speaker, the Natural Resource Fund received $2.1 billion in profit oil, comprising $400.1 million from Liza Destiny, $767.7 million from Liza Unity, $824.4 million from Prosperity, and $133.6 million from one Guyana. With respect to royalty payments, $330.7 million was received from the Stabroek Block operator. Petroleum revenue receipts for 2025 also included a $15 million signing bonus from a new production sharing agreement signed on November 11th, 2025. Fully disclosed, Mr. Speaker, fully disclosed and deposited in the Natural Resource Fund. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with stipulations in the NRF Act 2021, and in keeping with approvals granted, sir, by this Honorable House, $2.463 billion were withdrawn to finance national development priorities in Budget 2025. At the end of 2025, Mr. Speaker, the balance in the NRF, inclusive of interest income and net of withdrawals made, stood at $3.25 billion. What are the total debt? Less than that. I suspect less than that, I suspect. Honorable Minister Edgell, I suspect that is the answer.
Yes, sir.
That is the answer you knew but were looking for. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to our government's sectoral vision and plans, which I will describe for the purposes of this presentation, Mr. Speaker, as the agenda for 2026 and beyond. Strategic framework and macroeconomic context. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 has already been situated against the backdrop of our 2025 manifesto. In that manifesto, we stated clearly that our policies and programs are guided by a particular comprehensive planning framework. The framework to which we refer comprises the succession of strategic planning documents that we have prepared over the years in consultation with the widest possible range of stakeholders. These include the National Development Strategy, successive poverty reduction strategy papers, the National Competitiveness Strategy, and the Low Carbon Development Strategy, as well as the updated Low Carbon Development Strategy 2030. These share a number of common themes: sustainable economic growth, poverty reduction, human and social development, maintaining a competitive business climate, and ensuring environmental responsibility. And they are supported by various more detailed sectoral and institutional plans that have been prepared over the years. All of these strategies and plans remain relevant for consideration and, for the greater part, for implementation today. Additionally, the agenda we outlined in our 2025 manifesto is premised on a careful and rigorous study of the macroeconomic context in which we are operating and the macroeconomic objectives that we are pursuing. We aim to achieve high and sustainable rates of real economic growth, recognizing, Mr. Speaker, as we should and as we do as a responsible government, recognizing the attendant risks of Dutch disease and ensuring that these are contained as effectively as possible. In particular, in the case of economies that experience rapid growth, such as we are, the risks of overheating are real and must be actively contained. Consequently, we consider it to be of paramount importance that we maintain and safeguard stability in the midst of rapid expansion in the real economy, and that we secure our resilience by diversifying the sources of growth and by ensuring the realization of a globally competitive non-oil economy. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that we remain competitive is essential. At national, sectoral, and individual levels alike, it is relative competitiveness that will determine survival and success. For this reason, we consider the achievement of competitiveness as an objective to be pursued across all sectors. In this regard, key considerations include the impact of scale on competitiveness, the need to raise production and productivity across the board, the role of science and technology, and in particular digital technology, in improving efficiency, and labor market dynamics and human capital development to raise productivity and improve competitiveness. We are committed to doing all that is needed to ensure that Guyana becomes and remains globally competitive and sufficiently agile to adapt to evolving realities and circumstances going forward. Promoting growth, diversification, and the resilience to which I have just referred. As has already been stated, Mr. Speaker, our aim is to build a diversified, productive base, one that can withstand external shocks, compete successfully in regional and international markets, and create good quality jobs and business opportunities for the Guyanese people. For us, diversification is not a slogan, it is how we maintain resilience and how we secure prosperity. I will now review, Mr. Speaker, developments and prospects, or selected aspects of these in our key productive sectors: oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, our government continues to take deliberate actions to ensure that Guyana's oil and gas wealth is managed in a manner that delivers tangible and lasting benefits to the Guyanese people. To this end, our government considers it a top priority to ensure a robust regulatory framework, aggressive exploration and production, maximizing opportunities for participation by Guyanese companies and Guyanese nationals, as well as openness and transparency on the sector's operations. On the legal and regulatory framework and institutional capacity, Mr. Speaker, our government is building a modern and globally credible governance framework for the oil and gas sector. This includes through the modernization of key laws and regulations, strengthening institutions, and building technical capacity. Mr. Speaker, over the past 5 years, we enacted the NRF Act. We enacted the Local Content Act. We enacted the Petroleum Activities Act to replace the old Petroleum Act. And we enacted the Oil Pollution Prevention, Preparedness, Response and Responsibility Act. Mr. Speaker, it is beyond dispute that these acts form the basis of a modern and comprehensive legal framework to govern the sector. Held up now as a global example of good practice. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Local Content Act, with respect to the Local Content Act, Mr. Speaker, we will advance our work towards the revision of the first schedule to expand the scope of goods and services covered. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Petroleum Activities Act, the review of the associated regulations has advanced, with additional work being undertaken to incorporate lessons from the Hammerhead petroleum licensing process. It is anticipated that the regulations will be concluded and promulgated later this year. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the commencement order for the Oil Pollution Prevention, Preparedness, Response and Responsibility Act. The commencement order for the said act is also expected to be issued this year, bringing this act into operation and paving the way for stronger and more coordinated compliance arrangements and related enforcement activities. Mr. Speaker, we also continue to strengthen the capacity of our workforce to respond to the evolving landscape of the petroleum sector. Training sessions were conducted by industry experts with a wide cross-section of government participants to help develop and improve relevant skills. And we will continue to execute and make available these capacity-building opportunities to improve our ability and our capacity to govern, monitor, and grow the sector. Petroleum exploration. Mr. Speaker, following our government's engagements regarding PSAs for the shortlisted blocks from the 2022-2023 licensing round, 2 new PSAs were signed in the final quarter of last year. In 2026, negotiations will continue for the remaining PSAs under the new and enhanced terms from the 2022-2023 auction. When completed, these will allow for new operators to begin exploration activities, including geological studies, seismic reprocessing, and initial well planning. Mr. Speaker, we are currently engaging 2 seismic acquisition companies to conduct our first government-led multi-client 3D seismic survey across unlicensed and licensed acreages offshore. This will facilitate the establishment of Guyana's petroleum data repository and will see the storage and management of our data locally. Mr. Speaker, the improved seismic coverage and the new PSAs will place Guyana in a stronger position to host additional licensing rounds. We intend to prepare for future international auctions once the new seismic data becomes available, ensuring that they are more competitive and supported by higher quality subsurface information. Production of oil. Mr. Speaker, it may be recalled that in August 2025, Guyana's 4th FPSO, One Guyana, achieved first oil. Looking ahead, Guyana's 5th FPSO is expected to arrive in the second half of this year, and first oil from that project is currently projected for the first quarter of 2027, with a production capacity of 250,000 barrels of oil per day. The 6th development is also advancing with the aim of achieving first oil by the 4th quarter of 2027. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the 7th project is currently forecasted for the 2nd quarter of 2029, with a production capacity of 150,000 barrels of oil per day. And an 8th project is currently undergoing regulatory review. When approved, Mr. Speaker, this 8th project will take the Stabroek Block's total production capacity to 1.7 million barrels of oil per day. Harnessing our gas reserves. Mr. Speaker, the utilization of our gas resources will very soon be realized through the gas-to-energy project at Wales. The operationalizing of phase 1 of this project, now slated for the end of this year, will double electricity production and halve the cost, thereby making manufacturing enterprises instantly more viable and supporting immediately transformative industrial development. Not to mention the fact that electricity bills in households will be halved. We have commenced procurement activities for the 2nd phase of development at Wales, which envisions an additional 300 megawatt power plant and NGL facility. This will help Guyana to become the region's manufacturing hub, facilitating downstream industries such as fertilizer and glass manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, in October last year, we successfully issued RFPs for the design, engineering, construction, and operation of the Guyana Gas Bottling and Logistics Company and for the Guyana ammonia and urea plant. These will translate to affordable, accessible cooking gas for households nationwide, and will leverage lower cost gas to produce fertilizer domestically. This will, of course, boost agricultural productivity, supporting the food systems agenda, and opening up new export opportunities. Mr. Speaker, beyond Wales, Mr. Speaker, as announced at the recent Berbice Development Summit convened by His Excellency the President, our government is working to advance the development of a second natural gas pipeline to be landed in Berbice. This pipeline will be supplied by gas volumes associated with recently approved projects, and this strategic investment will expand our national energy infrastructure and create the conditions for a new power generation facility, as well as the establishment of value-added processing capacity, including possibly a refinery to support the downstream development of our natural mineral resources, including, Mr. Speaker, likely including our bauxite resources. Promoting local content. Mr. Speaker, the Local Content Act having been enacted and the Local Content Secretariat having been operationalized, to date, over 1,200 Guyanese businesses have been registered, and over $2 billion in goods and services were procured from Guyanese companies and Guyanese nationals across the 40 sectors prescribed by the Act. These include $175 million in construction business, $250 million in engineering and machining, $387 million in manpower and crewing, and $101 million in accommodation. Business done by Guyanese companies for the oil and gas sector as a direct result of the Local Content Act that this People's Progressive Party civic government put in place. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the Local Content Secretariat facilitated a partnership for offshore catering services to the FPSOs. Mr. Speaker, this transaction alone has resulted in the procurement of goods and services valued at $10.1 million for Guyanese companies and Guyanese nationals. The Local Content Secretariat has facilitated the construction of a fabrication workshop at the Vredenhoop Shore Base, allowing local companies to manufacture critical components for the oil and gas industry for the first time in the history of our country. And we've developed, Mr. Speaker, a local content app for contractors and subcontractors to publish procurement opportunities in the sector, and for Guyanese business and Guyanese nationals to take advantage of those. Mr. Speaker, turning to transparency in the sector, we remain firmly committed to maintaining the highest standards of transparency in relation to oil revenue flows, including through annual reports from the NRF Board and the Public Accountability and Oversight Committee. And in keeping with the NRF Act, the Bank of Guyana reports on the activities and financial performance of the NRF through its monthly and quarterly reports, and projections are published in the annual budgets and mid-year reports. Mr. Speaker, notifications of receipts were published in the official gazette, and the latest gazetted notification dated December 30th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I had the honor of tabling that notification on behalf of this government just a few moments ago. The Ministry of Natural Resources publishes on the petroleum production licenses on their website, and daily production reports are published on the Petroleum Management website in keeping with good transparency practices and full public disclosure. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative requirements, our 2023 EITI Annual Country Report was completed and published. This is Guyana's 7th report since joining the EITI. And in 2026, work will continue on implementing the EITI 2023 standard. Furthermore, we will undertake the second validation exercise and complete the 2024 Annual Country Report, which becomes due at the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, turning now to other extractives. Mr. Speaker, even as the oil and gas sector transforms our economy, as I have said before, and as the senior leadership of our government has said on every available opportunity, our government is intent on ensuring that the other mining sectors and that the non-oil sectors of our economy remain strong and are globally competitive. Gold. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the gold sector has attracted significant foreign investor interest, bringing in FDI, modern technology, crucial export earnings, and creating much-needed jobs. The lone large-scale operator at Aurora surpassed their production target last year and is expected to grow further this year, with ongoing work to advance underground mining development. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, in the pipeline, the Oko West project's formal construction decision was announced in October last year, and the project secured its mining license last month. This marked the final regulatory milestone for the project's development. Total production from this project is estimated at 4.3 million ounces over 12.3 years, with an average annual gold production profile of 350,000 ounces. One mine, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you, sir, and the nation will no doubt be delighted to learn that this mine is expected to start producing in 2027. Mr. Speaker, in December 2025, key findings from the preliminary economic assessment of the Oko project, not to be confused with Oko West, which sits in fact north of Oko West, reflected a combined open pit and underground operation with a 14-year mine life, with total production of 3.2 million ounces of gold. Annual production is estimated at 298,000 ounces. And Mr. Speaker, once again, you, no doubt, and the nation would be delighted to know that startup is currently targeted for 2029. Meanwhile, sir, Toroparo is also progressing as a large-scale development. The PEA completed last October showed a long-life open-pit gold project with a 21.3-year mine life and an average annual production of 235,000 ounces of gold. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, work continues at Omai with an intense drilling program undertaken in 2025 An updated PEA is targeted for the second quarter in 2026. Mr. Speaker, taken together, these developments indicate clearly that the large-scale subsector of the gold mining sector is poised for a meteoric takeoff in the medium term. Mr. Speaker, amongst the small and medium-scale miners, our government is working on formalizing the sector, improving traceability, and rewarding compliance. To this end, the authorities have recently announced mandatory local bank account requirements and compulsory updates of personal records for all miners and stakeholders. This is combined with measures to curb unlawful practices that weaken declarations and intensify audits across declarants. Furthermore, we are investing in systems to help modernize oversight and unlock new opportunities in the sector. Mr. Speaker, the gold mining sector continues. The gold mining sector continues to be an important driver of job creation and opportunities across our country. Mr. Speaker, the sector provided more than 20,000 direct jobs in 2025, compared to a mere 13,681 in 2020. Every new operation, every new license, every new piece of equipment, every new prospect brought into operation translates into more Guyanese working and earning. And with the improvements being made in the small and medium-scale subsector, and with the promising prospects in the large-scale subsector, all indications are that gold mining is poised to maintain its place as a major anchor of the non-oil economy over the next 5 years and well into the future. Mr. Speaker, turning to bauxite. The bauxite industry is showing extremely strong prospects. Our policies and actions have already resulted in tremendous growth in production and employment in the sector, as I have already reported. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the sector remained resilient as both operators increased production levels, with significant ramp-up from the MAS project in Linden. Today, the sector employs more than 1,000 persons directly, compared with 665 in 2020. Mr. Speaker, I am now pleased to announce that just a few days ago, this People's Progressive Party civic government granted approval for the restart of operations in the Berbice River. Let me repeat, Mr. Speaker, that just a few days ago, this People's Progressive Party civic government granted approval for the restart of bauxite operations in the Berbice River, where operations had ceased in 2020 due to the neglect and mismanagement of the sector by the APNU AFC. Chasing away the investors, and abandoning the workers in the Berbice River. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, the operator will advance work to restore all critical systems so that production can safely and reliably recommence under this People's Progressive Party civic government by the end of 2027. Sand and stone. Mr. Speaker, our government's support of the quarrying industries is guided by the goal of ensuring reliable and sustainable supply of aggregates that can keep pace with our country's current construction boom. Mr. Speaker, at the end of 2025, there were 18 operational quarries, with expanded operations expected this year. And in 2026, at least 3 new quarries are expected to begin production. Mr. Speaker, the forestry sector is expected to grow in a manner that is innovative and sustainable, while ensuring strong oversight, high productivity, and greater value added. The sector is poised to continue its upward trajectory in 2026 by capitalizing on the forest inventory that we have prepared, by the investments that we have made in key infrastructure, and by the support that we have provided to facilitate additional value-added investments.
Very small-minded.
Mr. Speaker, just a few days ago, a leading operator in the sector announced an expansion that will see tremendous growth in plywood production. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's timber legality assurance system is advancing work to issue the first forest law enforcement, governance, and trade license by the end of 2026, making us once again a global pioneer and frontrunner. Mr. Speaker, our government will establish a registry of furniture manufacturers in 2026 and identify you're incapable of understanding. That's why you're sitting on that side of the House. You and your colleagues are incapable of understanding. That is why you are sitting on that side of the House. And that is why you will remain on that side of the House for a very, very long time to come. That is why you will continue to sit on that side of the House for a very, very long time to come. And they're smiling. Because they're so delighted to have been able to hold on to the 1 or 2 seats that they were able to scrape.
A long time.
Look at where you are sitting as the AP and UAFC, consigned to the backbenches. Look at where you are sitting, consigned to the backbenches. Consigned to the backbenches because of your incompetence, your lack of vision, your cluelessness, and your callousness. Ask yourself why you are sitting over there. Ask yourself why you are sitting over there. Ask yourself why after 3 years you are unable to even hold on to your majority in this house. And after 5 years, you were sent packing back to the opposition benches. Ask yourself that question. Shame on you.
Your seat's running away. Don't worry with run away. Your seat's running away.
Mr. Speaker, now that the opposition is begging me to return to my speech,
After that musical interlude.
now that the opposition is begging me to return to my speech, sir, I will on this occasion oblige them.
In the rare instance.
Not the smuggle section, not the smuggle segment of composition. Not the smuggle segment.
I never see a group so happy to be in opposition.
Not the fugitive segment of the opposition.
Agriculture and food security. Mr. Speaker, agriculture and food security sit at the very center of Guyana's economic strategy for resilience. Our government has invested and will continue to invest heavily in projects, initiatives, and systems that keep the Guyanese people fed, that improve incomes for our farmers, and that reduce Guyana's exposure to external shocks. We remain committed to the transformation that is underway in the agriculture sector, driving national and regional food security and safety, and improving the competitiveness of our agricultural commodities, both nationally and regionally. Over the next 5 years, Mr. Speaker, our government's vision is to reinforce agriculture as a major pillar of Guyana's diversification efforts and to buttress Guyana's place in the region as the leader in food security. We will continue to work to improve production and productivity, improve market access, and increase farm and household income. We will invest in a regional food hub. We are investing in a regional food hub, in mega food parks, in modern port facilities with cold storage capabilities, with agri-tech and agro-industrial complexes. We will also undertake the development, opening up and development of 100,000 acres of new arable land. We will incentivize large, medium, and small-scale farming. We will strengthen the agriculture value chain. We will promote greater use of smart and appropriate technologies while establishing a network of permanent farmers' markets to expand both domestic export and value-added opportunities. Sugar. Mr. Speaker, restoring Gaisuco to financial viability and long-term sustainability. Let me repeat it for emphasis. Let me repeat it for emphasis because I know that the sugar workers are watching. Let me repeat it for emphasis because I know that the sugar workers are watching.
Tell the sugar workers, actually. Tell the sugar workers.
Restoring Gaisuko to financial viability and long-term sustainability remains a priority for the People's Progressive Party. In the last 5 years, we reopened Rose Hall and we upgraded field and factory infrastructure at Albion, Blairmont, Rose Hall, and Ifrot, which together re-energized the previously devastated local rural economy. We remodeled the marketing and sales mix from bulk sugar to higher value products and provided direct economic support to over 5,200 severed workers that were terminated by the unconscionable APNU AFC when they were in government. 7,000 workers and their families unconscionably sent home by the APNU AFC when they were in government, consigning those people and their families to poverty and decimating the economies of the villages in which they live. Today, Mr. Speaker, with the People's Progressive Party in government, more than 8,300 persons are employed in the sector. Those are real people that you did not care about when you were in government. And that is why you are sitting on that side of the house. Those are real people who were put out of work when the APNU AFC was in government. They terminated the sugar workers, Mr. Speaker, and even refused to pay them their severance. Even refused to pay the sugar workers their severance.
Go ahead, Ives. School them.
The number is 12. You want the number? The number is 12. Technically 11 and a half. You have a penchant, Ashley, to get them under their skin.
Clearly I do. Clearly I do.
Get them under their skin.
Let me repeat that for emphasis, Mr. Speaker, because the sugar workers are watching. It is the APNU AFC that terminated 7,000 sugar workers, put them out of work, took bread out of their mouths, took away their incomes, and destroyed their communities. And they come now crying wolf.
Crocodile tears. Crocodile tears.
And you wonder why you are sitting over there? You wonder why you are sitting over there? You wonder why you will sit over there for the rest of your lives? Even if in rapidly diminishing numbers? You probably miss some of your former colleagues. You probably miss some of your former colleagues who didn't make the cut. They didn't make the cut. I hear some of my colleagues calling.
Please bring back Annette.
Mind you, some of the Apnu gone over there, some gone over there, and some gone outside. There is a word in Guyanese vernacular, there's a word for that, it's called scatteration. It's called scatteration. They scatter all over. One day over there, some day over there, and plenty of them left outside.
Because they scatter brains.
In Guyanese parlance, Mr. Speaker, in Guyanese parlance, in the Guyanese vernacular, that is known, sir, as scatteration.
Because they scatter brains.
Talking about jails and
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, over the next 5 years, our objective is to continue mechanization of field operations through land conversion, improve mechanical planting and harvesting, modernize factories and improve factory operations, promote high-yielding and high-value cane varieties, investing in value-added production, including with private sector participation, and improving worker, union, and management relations, while, of course, transitioning workers to higher skilled roles. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the People's Progressive Party Civic Manifesto for 2025, our strategy is to effectively transform and diversify Gaisuco into an agro-industrial hub for rural economic development. In 2026, over 3,000 hectares are targeted to be converted for mechanical harvesting. In addition, we will replace 3 sugar boilers, procure 5 cane harvesters, construct a conveyor system for billet canes, amongst other critical investments. To this end, Mr. Speaker, to this end, in 2025, $13.3 billion was spent in the sector. This year, Mr. Speaker, this sum of $13.4 billion is budgeted to be spent in the sector. I can't help it if you weren't paying attention. You should have been paying attention. You should have been paying attention. It's because you're incapable of paying attention that you are sitting over there.
That is it. They're unable to. They are unable.
He's incapable of paying attention. That's why he's sitting over there. I can't help it if you... Turning, Mr. Speaker, to rice. Mr. Speaker, we supported the rice sector with production-focused initiatives that will... We support, rather, the rice subsector with production-focused initiatives that will expand acreage and improve yields. This support has increased production steadily over the last 5 years. Key interventions that we've implemented include the distribution of climate-resilient and high-yielding varieties of rice to improve production and productivity, construction of drying floors, research on value-added products, access to export markets, and billions of dollars in direct support to farmers and millers. We have also, Mr. Speaker, launched a crop insurance facility at no cost. And I'm reminded by my distinguished colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, that we are the first country in the Caribbean to have ever done that. Mr. Speaker, over the next 5 years, We will invest in seed processing facilities. We will establish rice-producing clusters. We will promote domestic fertilizer production. We will increase storage capacity through climate-controlled silos. And we will work diligently to secure lucrative markets for paddy and rice. We will also, Mr. Speaker, develop and market value-added rice-based products. Mr. Speaker, just for the commencement of construction of the silos, an amount of $1 billion is provided in this year's budget. We're already aggressively pursuing trade opportunities for rice, including with our counterparts in Mexico and in Europe. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, not including fertilizer and paddy subsidies, we spent $430.9 billion to support the rice industry, and in 2026, an additional $430 million is budgeted. Other crops. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the new tissue culture and micropropagation facility was commissioned with a production capacity of over 1 million plantlets annually. We distributed agricultural outputs, including tools and equipment, and provided over 131,500 plants to facilitate the cultivation of increased acreage of fruits and vegetables. Key interventions included the establishment of mega farms, including in collaboration with the private sector in places like Takama and Kimbia, introduction of smart climate-resilient technologies such as shade houses, tunnel houses, hydroponic farming, and the promotion of value-added crops with the distribution of improved planting materials. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, our farmers will continue to benefit from technical support and other assistance, including planting and shade house materials, strengthened plant protection and quarantine services, with improved surveillance and integrated pest management strategies. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, extension services will be expanded, and the agriculture information system will be implemented, allowing for farmers to receive timely delivery of information through digital platforms. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, $2.9 billion was expended to support the subsector. This year, a sum of $3.3 billion is budgeted to support other crops. Corn and soybean. As I've mentioned already, Mr. Speaker, we continue to partner with the private sector to support the development of the corn and soybean value chain. In 2025, over 11,800 acres of soybean and over 2,700 acres of corn were cultivated, yielding over 14,000 tons of soybean and over 14,500 tons of corn. 3 grain extruders were procured, of which 2 were installed and the 3rd will be installed in 2026. Mr. Speaker, it is projected that corn and soybean production will grow by 8.9% and 22.3% respectively. Mr. Speaker, in the coconut subsector, recognizing that the coconut industry is poised for rapid expansion, in 2025, 63,000 high-yielding pest-resistant seed nuts were imported, 58,370 seedlings were produced, and over 2,000 acres of coconuts cultivated. In 2026, we will expand that cultivation by 5,000 acres, and more high-yielding coconut seedlings will be distributed. We will also construct a state-of-the-art industrial facility for the processing of coconut waste and promote value-added coconut products and byproducts. Mr. Speaker, $116 million was expended to support the initiatives in the coconut subsector. That was in 2025, and in 2026, an additional $195 million is budgeted. Spices, Mr. Speaker. In 2026, we will continue to support the expansion of cultivation, distribute planting materials, and train farmers to further expand the production of spices and reduce imports. Citrus, Mr. Speaker. We will, in 2026, Mr. Speaker, continue to support increased cultivation of citrus saplings, cultivation and distribution, as well as horticultural propagation of mixed orchard saplings, in order to meet the increased demand for planting materials. We will, of course, also provide technical support in horticulture cultivation and management. High-value crops. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we will continue to expand the cultivation of high-value crops such as cauliflower, broccoli, onions, bell pepper, coffee, cocoa, and roses, cut flowers. We have been distributing materials and constructing shade houses to facilitate the growth of these high-value crops. In agro-processing, Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, 15 agro-processing and 10 cold storage facilities were established countrywide. In the medium term, we will continue to invest in agro-processing facilities such as fruit pulping hubs and state-of-the-art cold storage and packaging facilities. These interventions will result in the reduction of post-harvest losses and improve our export readiness. In 2026, we will commence works on an agro-processing port facility at Parika and a fruit pulping hub at Letem. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, agro-processing facilities across the country will be upgraded, and we will continue to train agro-processors and promote our local products. To this end, a sum of $800 million was spent in 2025, and a further sum of $745 million is budgeted for 2026. Livestock. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we will operationalize incubators and hatcheries that we've acquired. We will distribute livestock breeds and other inputs to farmers. We will install equipment in processing facilities to improve quality of poultry meat, and we will continue the development of the honey industry. In 2025, $1.7 billion was spent. In 2026, $1.9 billion is budgeted to continue the expansion of the livestock industry. Fisheries and aquaculture. Mr. Speaker, going forward, we will develop aquaculture hubs and expand cage culture in hinterland communities. We will upgrade marine landing sites and strengthen management systems, having, of course, already commenced doing that. Key interventions will include completing the feed mill and shrimp hatchery, installing an additional 200 tracking devices on fishing vessels, and launching a digital seafood marketing platform allowing fisherfolk to connect directly with local and international buyers. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, $1.7 billion was spent, and in 2026, a further $1.5 billion is budgeted to continue our investments in the fisheries sector. Mr. Speaker, drainage and irrigation. We recognize the importance of critical D&I structures across the country. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we spent $46.2 billion on critical D&I systems and networks, and this year, $81.9 billion is budgeted. For the agriculture sector as a whole, we spent $84.9 billion last year, and we've budgeted for 2026, Mr. Speaker, $113.2 billion to continue the development of our agriculture sector as a whole. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to sustainable tourism. Mr. Speaker, we in the People's Progressive Party have long recognized the economic potential of the tourism sector, and we've been supporting the growth of the sector with a clear policy direction that will translate to more jobs and more opportunities for persons in the sector. Visitor arrivals have been trending upwards, with record arrivals of 453,489 visitors in 2025, the highest level of visitors ever recorded. Over the next 5 years, we will transform the sector by ensuring sustainable and world-class tourism experiences, expanding air and domestic connectivity, creating jobs and empowering communities, and making travel more affordable for our citizens and for visitors alike. Mr. Speaker, when we returned to office in 2020, we moved swiftly to tackle two of the main constraints to growth in the sector: accommodation capacity and airlift capacity. Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, accommodation has expanded by 42%, including 738 new rooms added in 2025 alone. And if that were considered a tremendous accomplishment, Mr. Speaker, in 2026 we are on track to adding another 1,000 additional rooms to our room stock. Mr. Speaker, we have increased the total room stock, or we will have increased the total room stock by the end of this year to over 5,600. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, the opportunities that are being opened up for smaller investors in properties that are now being registered on the online platforms such as Airbnb. Mr. Speaker, today we have at least 115 properties in Guyana registered on Airbnb with a combined total of 544 rooms available for rent on that platform, generating incomes for Guyanese property owners. They wouldn't understand that, Honorable Vikram Bharat. They wouldn't understand that. That is why they are sitting on that side of the House. Mr. Speaker, in relation to airlift capacity, moving swiftly on, sir. Moving swiftly on, sir. Mr. Speaker, on the subject of airlift capacity, I suspect that the Honorable Mahipal knows that he walked straight into that one, and he will thank me later for the mercy that I just extended to him. Mr. Speaker, on the subject of airlift capacity, our efforts to expand airlift capacity resulted in KLM Royal Dutch Airlines starting operations last June with an additional 1,650 seats weekly out of Georgetown to Amsterdam in the Netherlands in Europe. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, Air Transat, which started operations last December, has already improved connectivity with Canada, with twice weekly flights to Toronto, providing an additional 796 seats weekly. And Mr. Speaker, if that were not enough, discussions are ongoing with several other major carriers. Mr. Speaker, diversifying Guyana's tourism products is central to government's strategy to helping the sector grow faster, to keep more tourism revenue here, and to ensure the benefits reach communities all across the country. Quality remains a hallmark of the Guyanese product. And Mr. Speaker, all of our initiatives in the sector will be complemented by an intensive human resource development agenda headlined by the construction and anticipated completion of the new Hospitality and Tourism Training Institute in Port Morant in Region 6. That institute is slated to be completed this year and opened, and will have the capacity to train over 700 individuals. Mr. Speaker, to complete that institute, a sum of $2.2 billion is budgeted in 2026. Turning now, Mr. Speaker, to what has been described the world over as the orange economy, culture, and the creative arts. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's rich and diverse cultural heritage has defined our identity as a people. It has shaped our beliefs, our values, and our emotional connections to this country, our home. But beyond these intangibles, those that derive from the emotional connection, is a vast array of tangible benefits that can be derived from our unique Guyanese heritage and cultural creativity. Defined from the orange economy perspective, this moves from the emotive and sentimental to the vast economic potential of an industry that can create jobs, generate incomes, and improve livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, in recognizing the untapped opportunities for our country to harvest the economic potential of our culture and the creative industry, at the initiative of no less a person than His Excellency the President, our government has established a national multi-stakeholder Orange Economy Task Force. This task force will complete a medium-term strategic plan for this evolving sector, for which national consultations will be held during this year. Mr. Speaker, already 8 key areas have been identified as priorities for development: cultural heritage tourism, gastronomy, literary, visual, performing arts, film, fashion, and festivals. Mr. Speaker, our government has already, as a matter of policy, engaged hundreds of local artists in national events through the year in our commitment to place culture and the arts at the heart of national development. In 2025, we operationalized the Port Morant Recording Studio, and we began construction of 3 additional studios in Beira, Reliance, and Ifla. These are expected to be completed this year. They will provide support, Mr. Speaker, to our incredibly talented young Guyanese to record their own music. We also hosted over 80 events and engaged more than 500 artists. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we will advance works on the state-of-the-art museum and art gallery, as well as the Palmyra Cultural Market, for which $1.3 billion is budgeted. Using the internet connectivity provided by government, both young and more experienced creators will be able to create and utilize digital marketplaces to monetize their creative talents. And looking forward, Mr. Speaker, these and other initiatives will serve to position Guyana as a leader in the Caribbean in the creative and cultural industries by leveraging our rich cultural heritage, our diverse artistic traditions, and our vast talent base to drive our own unique Guyanese orange economy. Mr. Speaker, to this end, on cultural initiatives and pursuits in 2025, $3.6 billion was spent. In 2026, a total of $3.7 billion is budgeted to further develop the sector. Turning now, Mr. Speaker, to small business support. It goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, that micro, small, and medium enterprises play a critical role in stimulating economic growth, creating jobs, and increasing household incomes. Despite their vast contribution to the local economy, SMEs still face several constraints to their growth and development. Foremost amongst these are barriers to affordable financing, relatively high energy costs, which we are addressing, limited market access, and the lack of mentorship and training. Mr. Speaker, we've already implemented across various sectors several initiatives to empower small businesses, whether it be the initiatives to support small farmers, technical and vocational training, technical support and mentorship, product development and marketing, whether it be the special initiatives for women-owned businesses and youth-led businesses. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the flagship SME Development Bank, announced by His Excellency the President, will completely transform the financing landscape for SMEs. This bank will provide zero collateral and zero interest lending for bankable SME endeavors. Like we do in the People's Progressive Party, putting people first. Mr. Speaker, the first $3 million will be available with no collateral or interest requirement, along with technical advisory and mentorship support services. And persons with sound business plans will also be able to apply to participating commercial banks for up to $7 million more at a preferential interest rate through a co-financing arrangement. Altogether, Mr. Speaker, these initiatives are intended to bridge the gap between individual ambition and viability of business concepts to ensure that small and medium-sized businesses are able to thrive. Climate services and biodiversity. Mr. Speaker, on the subject of climate, Guyana continued, and His Excellency, the President, continued to provide strong global leadership on the climate agenda by contributing to the negotiations for shaping future carbon market rules, by advancing nature-based solutions, and by advocating for equitable climate financing for forest and biodiversity-rich countries. At the frontier, at the cutting edge of global thought leadership. Pioneers in the true sense. In 2025, Mr. Speaker, we concluded a landmark transaction with a major household known international company, making one of the world's first voluntary market purchases of jurisdictional carbon credits from a high-integrity national program, the Guyanese program, further validating Guyana's leadership in transparent and credible carbon markets. By the end of 2025, Mr. Speaker, total revenues surpassed $300 million. These revenues are delivering transformative benefits for the people of Guyana through investments which are accelerating across climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience, and in particular are benefiting our hinterland and Amerindian communities. Mr. Speaker, our government's priority will be to continue to maintain Guyana as a globally significant net carbon sink, that we expand the value of our forests and our ecosystems, that global partners continue to reward high-integrity climate services, and that these revenues strengthen climate security, food security, energy security, and community prosperity. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we achieved a very important milestone. We hosted successfully and we launched the Global Biodiversity Alliance. The GBA Summit convened more than 140 nations and organizations. Under Guyana's leadership, the GBA established a global platform to accelerate biodiversity action. Our engagement with strategic international partners has also delivered on the ambitious vision for the world's first national biodiversity information system, the world's first. This, Mr. Speaker, yet again positions Guyana as a model worthy of global replication. Mr. Speaker, 2026 will see the launch of the first GBA-supported biodiversity financed instruments, positioning Guyana at the forefront of this emerging global market, while we continue to exemplify a model where nature is valued, communities are empowered, and global climate leadership delivers tangible results for every citizen. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to transformational infrastructure.
Go ahead, Ash. Go ahead.
Permit me to start with energy expansion
Go ahead.
and diversification.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, since August 2020, Mr. Speaker, since August 2020, our government added over, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat that for emphasis. Since August 2020, this People's Progressive Party civic government added over 186 megawatts of new generating capacity to GPL's integrated system. 186 megawatts. Mr. Speaker, we commenced the upgrade. We commenced the upgrade of GPL's transmission and distribution network. We constructed solar farms at Underneming, Charity, Legwan, Wakenham, Trafalgar, Prospect, Hampshire, Bartica, Madhya, and Latem. We constructed mini hydropower plants at Makamaka, Kumu, and Keto. We installed 46 solar mini grids. And Mr. Speaker, we distributed 37,230 solar-powered home systems to homes in the Guyana, in our hinterland, to our Amerindian brothers and sisters living in the hinterland.
Out of darkness and put them in light. That's it.
Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of these and related initiatives, we expended $123.3 billion for the continued development of the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, looking ahead, our vision to expand and modernize the energy sector is premised on providing adequate electricity to meet our rapidly growing current and future demand. Producing more affordable electricity, therefore reducing the cost to consumers and improving our competitiveness. Enhancing grid quality, stability, and reliability. And diversifying the energy mix as we advance the steady transformation of the sector to cleaner and more renewable sources of energy. Key initiatives include completing phase 1 of the gas to energy project. And to repeat for emphasis, Mr. Speaker, the APNUAFC spent 5 years in government and did not deliver a bucket of sand towards the commencement of a project that will see the harnessing of our gas resources. Not a bucket of sand. They didn't deliver. They spent 5 years in government and they could not even identify the location where they will land the gas pipeline. In 5 years, we landed the gas pipeline and we've started to build the power plant, and we will complete the power plant by the end of 2026. They spent 5 years wallowing in their incompetence and their visionlessness, incapable of even settling where they will land the pipeline and where they will build the plant. And they now have the audacity, sir. They now have the audacity, sir, to quibble over whether our plant is going to finish in September or December. When is your plant going to finish? When is your plant going to finish? When is your plant going to finish? The one that you started? Next to never. Your plant is going to finish next to never. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party is proud to be the party that will harness the gas resources of Guyana. We are proud that we will be the party in government to build a power plant that will double the energy generating capacity of our country. While those on that side of the house could not deliver 1 megawatt of power fired by our gas resources, leaving the gas resources languishing and unutilized. And they have the audacity to come and quibble about whether it will finish in September or whether it will finish in December. Can you imagine that? Imagine they're quibbling. They are quibbling about when ours will finish. Tell me when yours will start. You are quibbling about when ours will finish. Tell me when yours will start. It didn't start yet. You spent 5 years in government and could not even start a plant. Well, guess what? We will finish the plant. We will finish the plant that you were unable even to start. And we will start the other one, and we will finish that too. And they will still be sitting on that side of the house quibbling about whether our own will done in September or in December. Hear the big drama, Mr. Speaker, hear the big drama about whether it will finish in June or September or December. Guess what? The People's Progressive Party gas to energy project will finish. Up to AFC gas to energy project, it even start.
And it will never start. It will never start.
Mr. Speaker,
The only gas that they pass in is flatulence. That is the gas to energy project that they
tell them, Honorable Charles Ramsey, tell them.
That is the gas to energy project, the flatulence.
Our deadline is the deadline to complete. They missed the deadline to start. I am proud that we are quibbling over the deadline when we will finish. Imagine you miss your deadline to start. Here, and they want to know why they are sitting on that side of the house. They are grateful to be sitting. They are grateful to be sitting on that side of the house. Look at them, proud to actually have made it to an opposition seat. Imagine being reduced to being proud. Imagine being reduced to being proud to making the cut so that you can get a little opposition seat.
12 seats. 11 and a half. 11 and a half.
Mr. Speaker, this People's Progressive Party civic government will complete the gas to energy project, and we will deliver 300 megawatts of power, doubling the energy generating capacity in Guyana and reducing the cost of electricity by 50%. We in the People's Progressive Party civic government will deliver that to the people of Guyana. Even more so, Mr. Speaker, we will deliver phase 2. Mr. Speaker, we will not only complete phase 1, we will commence and complete phase 2. Yes. And then we will turn to the third plant in Palmyra. Yeah. Go to Wales and see the plant, and then tell us where the APNU plant is.
They know what deadline, they know what the start time.
He talking about this deadline, Mr. Speaker. A man that Aubrey Norton won't even give an opposition seat to. A man that Aubrey Norton won't even give an opposition seat to.
And Granger wouldn't even put you on the stage.
A man that David Granger didn't even put on the stage, that Joe Harman didn't bring to the parliament, that Aubrey Norton didn't bring to the parliament. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? In this instance, I have to say that David Granger, Joe Harman, and Aubrey Norton must have known what they were doing. This must be the rare instance. This is the rare instance that David Granger, Joe Harman, and Aubrey Norton knew what they were doing, not even to give this gentleman a seat in the opposition benches. I never thought that I would have seen the day when I would have said that David Granger, Joe Harman, and Aubrey Norton knew what they were doing. I never thought I would see the day. Tell us about why you couldn't even get a seat. Tell us about why you couldn't get a seat under Granger, under Harman, and under Aubrey Norton. Tell us why you couldn't even get a seat. You want me to go back now, eh? You want me to go back now? You hear how he begging. Honorable Mohammed Nandalal, the Honorable Sharma Solomon is begging now. Oh, go back to your budget presentation now. Take your licks like a man. You want to make noise, take your licks like a man. Don't come and make noise. You make noise, I gonna make back noise for you. You're begging now for me to go back to my budget. All right, you're begging for me to go back to my budget presentation. You're begging. Turn the cameras on him and show how he's begging for me to go back to the budget presentation now. Why make noise? You think you alone can make noise? Now you alone can make noise. You ain't got no monopoly on making noise in this house. You ain't got no monopoly on making noise in this house. You're begging me for go back. He's begging me now. Please go back. Honorable Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is begging me now to please go back to my budget speech. All right, honorable member. All right, honorable member, I will go back. I will oblige you. I will go back to the budget speech. I will oblige you. You see, I'll be glad for me to go back to my budget speech now. You ever see something like this? All right, I'm going to go back to my budget speech. Don't worry, don't panic. Don't get worked up. I'm going back to my budget speech.
To recollect like a man, you have to be a man. That's a man.
Mr. Speaker,
Absolutely nothing is not
Mr. Speaker,
He was the chairman in Region 10, and we're going to take over the all the seats. He was the chairman. We're going to take over all the seats. He was the chairman.
he was here.
Yeah, that chairman. We're going to take over all the seats.
What is this I'm hearing? What is this I'm hearing? Let me move on. It looked like this honorable member is getting more attention in this house than he ever gets in Linden. Let me move on. Mr. Speaker, from what I'm hearing, the honorable member is getting a lot more attention and traction in this house than he ever got in Region 10 or in Linden. Moving swiftly on, sir. Moving swiftly on. Mr. Speaker, this People's Progressive Party civic government will not only complete the GTE-1 and the GTE-2, we will resuscitate the Milo Falls hydropower project. We will deliver and install an additional 100 megawatts of solar power. We will upgrade the T&D network, which will deliver power from GT, from Wales to Garden to Eden to Good for Wacting to Sophia to the East Coast, and then over the Berbice River all the way to number 53 village, integrating the entire network. Mr. Speaker, in transmission and distribution for those who might be unfamiliar with the term. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, to advance our upgrade of the T&D project, the sum of $66.2 billion is budgeted. We will also improve power management by implementing a full-scale smart grid. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we are investing heavily in renewable energy, including in underserved communities. As I mentioned earlier, we have completed solar farms in a number of locations, and we will continue this work going ahead. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we will complete 10 new solar mini-grids to benefit over 6,200 households in the hinterland and riverine communities. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the distribution networks in Mabaruma, Matthews Ridge, and Port Kaituma will continue to be upgraded to benefit over 2,600 households and businesses. Meanwhile, sir, works that are currently ongoing will continue on a 15-megawatt solar farm in Linden, done by this People's Progressive Party civic government. The sum, Mr. Speaker, of $6 billion is budgeted for renewable energy intervention. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, a total of $119.4 billion is allocated for the continued implementation of our energy strategy. Turning now, Mr. Speaker, to road transport infrastructure, roads and bridges.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are investing heavily in transport infrastructure with the aim of facilitating closer integration and more trade with our neighbors, improving connectivity between main population centers, easing congestion and improving commute, and opening up new productive lands. Through these, we are unlocking greater economic opportunities, and we're improving the quality of life of our citizens. Key achievements to date include construction of the Heroes Highway and the Ogle to Eccles Highway, which connect the East Coast Demerara and East Bank Demerara corridors. Completion of the flagship Barra Jagdeo Demerara River Bridge. I hear the call for me to repeat that particular item because some people didn't hear the name.
What is the name of that bridge?
That bridge to which I refer is none other
What's the name of that
than the Bharat Jagdeo Demerara River Bridge. An engineering masterpiece, a towering giant in our infrastructural landscape, befitting of he after whom it was named. Mr. Speaker, my Paul went out for some pipe water. I'm going to let the Minister of Water deal with Mahipal and his request for pipe water.
My hair black today, though. My hair extra black.
I want to remain parliamentary. Honorable Attorney General.
My outside complain about the coffee. He said the
Moving swiftly on, sir. We also completed the Cunard to Crane Highway, improving interregional access, because of course it is linked to the Barra Jagdeo Demerara River Bridge. We constructed 85 kilometers of paved roads and 45 concrete bridges along the Linden to Lethem corridor. And we upgraded several critical hinterland arteries, such as Kumaka to Kwebana, Wauna to Settlement, Karasabay to Paramakatoy, just to name a few. Just to name a few. And if I were to name all, we would be here
all night?
I have a very short time allocated to me, and I don't want to utilize it by naming all of the roads that we've built.
constrain yourself. Please constrain yourself.
Mr. Speaker, going forward, our vision for transport infrastructure includes the completion of the Linden to Lethem corridor, inclusive of a bridge at the Kurupukari crossing, with onward road linkage to the new deepwater port in Berbice via a modern 4-lane high-span bridge across the Berbice River. At the same time, the old Demerara Harbor Bridge will be dismantled and relocated and reassembled to facilitate the Timeri to Sand Hills crossing and to connect the islands of Legwan and Wekanam. Needless to say, Mr. Speaker, several other major highways and farm to market access roads are slated for construction or upgrade. And of course, the Westmore Bridge is advanced in its completion. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, key major projects include continuing the railway embankment 4-lane highway from Sherry Street to Orange Nassau and onwards to the Mahika River Bridge. For that project, $6.1 billion is budgeted. The next phase of that project will extend the 4-lane highway all the way to the Edward. That is expected to commence in 2026. We're continuing the Ogle to Eccles Highway onwards to Providence and then to Diamond to provide additional access to the East Bank of Demerara and to the West Bank of Demerara, for which $13 billion is budgeted. We will continue the Heroes Highway from Busby Dam to Land of Canaan, for which $28.6 billion is budgeted. And this highway will eventually, of course, go all the way to the Sussex to Linden Highway. We will continue the upgrade of the good success to Timeri Road on the East Bank of Demerara, for which $8.4 billion is budgeted. We will continue the Sussex to Linden Highway, for which $13.1 billion is budgeted. We will complete the Linden to Mabura Hill Road, for which $10.4 billion is budgeted. We will commence, as I mentioned earlier, the Mabura Hill to Kurpakari Road, for which $7.6 billion is budgeted. We will advance construction of the Palmyra to Molson Creek Road in Region 6, the 4-lane highway from Palmyra to Molson Creek. A sum of $15.1 billion is budgeted for that. We will advance the Parika to Goshen Road and the Sandhills to Macquarie Link. A sum of $6.5 billion is budgeted for that. And the list goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, for community roads alone, we spent $55.6 billion in 2025, and we've budgeted an additional $40.2 billion in 2026. For hinterland roads alone, we have spent $14.2 billion in 2025. We have budgeted another $10 billion for hinterland roads alone. Mr. Speaker, we will also, recognizing the increased volume of traffic on our roads, we recognize the importance of road safety and the durability of our roads network. We are rolling out a fully automated speed ticketing system as part of a broader safe road intelligence system that uses advanced cameras and radar speed guns to allow for real-time offense detection and automated issuance of tickets. And of course, ensuring equitable, consistent, and timely enforcement of our traffic laws. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, $382.9 million is allocated for this initiative. We will be installing this year 8,000 auto control speed regulators on trucks to limit the speed of those trucks, known as the governors. 8,000 speed regulators on trucks to limit the speed and therefore improve safety on our roads. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, we will confront the long-standing challenge of heavy-duty trucks parked along public roadways, posing safety risks, exacerbating congestion, and we will develop dedicated parking facilities for such large vehicles. An initial facility is planned in Grove to accommodate over 390 trucks, and we have plans to roll this initiative out wider afield. Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure the structural integrity of our roadways, we are placing renewed emphasis on weight control and on the enforcement of applicable speed limits. In 2025, 20 weigh-in-motion scales and 400 vehicle clamps were procured in 2025. In 2026, we will continue to establish additional testing sites. And where needed, we will strengthen the legislative and regulatory framework to ensure that we are able effectively to enforce a maximum weight limit on trucks. Mr. Speaker, for the development of our roads and bridges network, a total of $196.1 billion is budgeted, transforming the transport infrastructure of our country. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to air transport. Mr. Speaker, our country's extraordinary rate of economic growth, our increasing visibility worldwide, and our work in promoting our country as an attractive tourist destination have resulted in an unprecedented level of visitor arrivals for both business and pleasure. This has driven the need to expand the Chedi Jagan International Airport. It has generated the need for us to consider establishing new municipal airports, and it has created an absolute and urgent necessity for us to upgrade our hinterland airstrips. Mr. Speaker, within this term of office, this People's Progressive Party civic government will construct a new arrivals terminal at the Chedijagan International Airport. Mr. Speaker, preparatory work has already started, and this project is slated to be completed in 2028. To advance this project, a sum of $3.2 billion is budgeted. Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with the private sector, we will embark on the construction of 2 new municipal airports at Rose Hall, Kanji in Region 6 and at Letem in Region 9. These will improve connectivity within Guyana and with neighboring countries, and will provide regional and domestic carriers alternative landing destinations in Guyana. In the case of Rose Hall, Kanji, this will constitute a critical connectivity port to facilitate ease of access given the broader vision for industrial and economic development in Region 6, once or when the gas pipeline is landed there. When it lands there. Mr. Speaker, in the case, watch this space and you will see it delivered, and you'll still be sitting on that side of the house. You'll see that and more delivered, and you'll still, I don't know, you make it past one APNU leader. I don't know if you made 2 or 3 of them discarded you, right? You made it past one. I don't know if you'll make it past the next one, because you and your party will still be in opposition for a very long time. You'll be around to see us deliver that. I don't know if you'll necessarily be on that side of the house, but moving swiftly on. Don't worry, I'm going back to my budget speech. Don't panic, I'm going back to my budget speech. Mr. Speaker, in the case of the Letem Municipal Airport, this will facilitate the emergence of Region 9 as a major hub for trade, tourism, and connectivity between northern Brazil and the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, additionally, we will continue to maintain and upgrade our numerous hinterland airstrips as we see the impact of our investments resulting in more efficient movement into the hinterland. In 2025, $2.5 billion was spent to do work on several hinterland airstrips. In 2026, a sum of $4 billion is budgeted to advance works on hinterland airstrips. Recognizing, Mr. Speaker, the rapidly growing demands of the aviation sector in Guyana, and to prepare our country to benefit fully from the vast opportunities of this sector, we will facilitate the establishment of an aviation school right here in Guyana to equip Guyanese and persons from the Caribbean with the full range of aviation skills, including certification of pilots, engineers, inspectors, air traffic control officers, and other aviation-related expertise. River transport. Mr. Speaker, mindful of the demand for an improved river transport service, we have rehabilitated over the last 5 years alone 6 stellings, 28 beacons, navigational markers. We have purchased 4 additional ferry vessels, 3 pilot boats, a tug, a hydrographic survey vessel. We've completed dredging of a number of rivers, the Waini, Komaka River, etc. And we've implemented, for ease of consumer and commute experience, an online booking facility which has completely transformed the booking and commute experience of persons crossing from the Parika Stelling. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we procured 2 new vessels. The MV Conwaruk, 1899, with the capacity to transport 81 cars and 300 passengers to ply the Parika-Supanam route, and the MV Calliope N, with the capacity to transport 51 cars and 284 passengers, plying the Georgetown to Northwest District route. Mr. Speaker, looking ahead, we will continue to invest aggressively in the transformation of our river transport sector. New port facilities at Charity, Parika, and Port Kaichuma will be built to support agricultural exports and provide far more efficient river commute service. Meanwhile, to improve navigation and attract and accommodate larger vessels, we are investing in capital dredging at the mouths of the Berbice and Demerara rivers. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, the sum of $2.2 billion is budgeted to advance the construction of the new Parika Ferry, Stelling, and Waterfront Development Project. This, as I mentioned earlier, will transform the old Parika Stelling into an international port of entry and as a major hub for tourism, agriculture, and shipping. Additionally, the sum of $6.3 billion is allocated to advance dredging activities at the mouth of the Demerara River. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, the sum of $11.2 billion is budgeted for the river transport sector. Sea and river defense. Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that when we speak of resilience, risk of coastal degradation and overtopping, mangrove depletion, and the constant cycle of erosion and accretion due to climate change are very real risks that we face on an ongoing basis. We have been investing in a hybrid of green and gray interventions to promote long-term shoreline stability and protection. To this end, over the last 5 years, we constructed over 35,300 meters of new sea defense, and we maintained over 425,800 meters of existing sea defense, and we developed over 6,000 hectares of mangroves. We spent, Mr. Speaker, a total of $12.6 billion on sea and river defense. And in 2026, to advance those works, including in such areas as Belladrum, Cullen, and Lajalasi, amongst others, we have budgeted a sum of $11.3 billion. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to social services, education. Mr. Speaker, modernizing our education system is key to meeting the rapidly growing demands of a skilled workforce. It is also key to empower our citizens to take advantage of the opportunities that are becoming available to them. Accordingly, we have substantially ramped up our investments to ensure that all Guyanese have access to good quality education, and that all Guyanese can obtain the necessary skills for their chosen field of work. Our investments are focused on expanding physical access and quality of delivery. Our aim is to ensure that every single Guyanese child has access to world-class education to prepare them for adulthood. And we aim also to ensure that every single Guyanese person, regardless of age, has access to educational opportunities to upskill or reskill themselves. With that in mind, we also aim, Mr. Speaker, to provide greater flexibility in terms of the mode of delivery and the means of access including with the use of modern digital technology. Mr. Speaker, in the area of upgrading and expanding schools infrastructure, in 2026, we spent $36.3 billion to construct more than 100 new schools across the nursery, primary, and secondary school levels, and to maintain school buildings countrywide, the most aggressive build-out of schools infrastructure in the entire history of our country. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we have budgeted a total of $24.3 billion for the completion of more than 40 schools countrywide, alongside the continuous rehabilitation and maintenance of existing schools. We will also advance construction on student dormitories in several hinterland communities, including Jawala, Port Kaichuma, Santa Rosa, Warramadam, amongst others. Improving the number of trained teachers. Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, we said we want to achieve a public education system where all teachers are trained. Hence, today, Mr. Speaker, every single teacher in the public school system is either a trained teacher or is in training. An achievement that has never before been recorded in this country. Mr. Speaker, the Cyril Potter College of Education trained over 5,000 teachers over the last 5 years. Last year alone, 1,345 graduated. This has increased the ratio of trained teachers from 69% in 2021 to 86% at the end of 2025. Needless to say, Mr. Speaker, we are also focusing on improving the number of specialist trained teachers in such areas as mathematics, science, and music. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to the question of improved availability of textbooks and classroom resources. Mr. Speaker, we spent over $2 billion to procure textbooks and reading materials in 2025. In 2026, we have budgeted an additional $2.3 billion. School grants, we introduced school grants for the first time in the history of our education system. And we distributed school grants to every school for the purchase of classroom materials. In 2025, we disbursed a total of $2.9 billion of school grants. In 2026, we have budgeted $3.1 billion for school grants. The Learning Channel and the digital school, deployment of digital technology to deliver educational content. Mr. Speaker, through the Hinterland Riverine Television and Satellite Project, we expanded access to the Guyana Learning Channel, distributed 748 televisions, 153 solar panels, 399 satellite dishes to 204 primary schools nationwide over the last 5 years. We offered 6 new digital channels along with the existing analog channel. And Mr. Speaker, we distributed more than 9,600 digital television boxes to households to improve signal. Mr. Speaker, in December 2025, we launched the flagship Guyana Digital School, which, at the decision of His Excellency the President, was extended to our sister CARICOM countries for students of grade 10 and grade 11. Guyana, under President Ali's leadership, making the Guyana Digital School publicly and freely available as a regional public good. Most worthy of applause, Honorable Minister Anthony. Couldn't agree more. Mr. Speaker, over 22,000 students registered with the Guyana Digital School. Over 22,000 students registered with the digital school. It is expected that all grades at the secondary level will have access by March 2026. Mr. Speaker, this is revolutionizing access to educational content because it is making the curriculum available for free for supplementary education if children and their parents choose to use it for that purpose. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we spent the sum of $310.5 million. In 2026, we've budgeted the sum of $176.1 million to continue to roll out the Guyana Digital School Initiative. School feeding. Mr. Speaker, approximately 110,500 children in all nursery and all primary schools are benefiting from the National School Feeding Program. And nearly 4,600 children from 29 secondary schools in hinterland and riverine areas are also benefiting, this time from hot meals. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we have budgeted the sum of $7 billion to continue the National School Feeding Program. Mr. Speaker, cash transfers and financial support. Mr. Speaker, the $50,000 per child Because We Care cash grant, which was callously and unconscionably taken away from the children of Guyana when the APNU AFC was in government. A cash grant that we were providing long before we started producing oil. Without a cent of oil money, the People's Progressive Party was providing a cash grant to the children of our public schools. The APNU AFC came into government, Mr. Speaker, and took that cash grant away. Some will say snatched that cash grant. The Honorable Minister of Education, who I know feels very passionately and emotionally about this matter, snatched. The APNU AFC snatched this cash grant from the children of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party, Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party promised that when re-elected, we will resume the payment of that cash grant and we will increase it. And we returned to office, and we resumed the cash grant, and we increased it to $50,000 per child. Plus the $5,000 uniform grant.
And some of them just received it too.
And we have extended its coverage even to children attending private schools. Mr. Speaker, today, that cash grant puts in the hands of the parents of children going to school and therefore injects into the economy of Guyana, into the markets and shops of Guyana to buy consumables for the children of Guyana, a total of $11.7 billion. Needless to say, Mr. Speaker, the distribution of these grants will continue in 2026. Mr. Speaker, we also announced in 2025 that we, the People's Progressive Party civic government, will cover the cost for up to 8 subjects for every student pursuing CSEC or CAPE examinations. Mr. Speaker, over 13,000 students who had already paid to sit the 2025 exams were reimbursed their exam fees. That reimbursement, Mr. Speaker, put back in the hands of the parents $290.7 million. Needless to say, Mr. Speaker, this program will also be continued in 2026. improving management and accountability in the education sector. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the need for improved management and accountability in our public schools. To this end, we will continue to implement the Education Management Information System to improve schools administration. Mr. Speaker, since the EMIS was introduced in 2023, over 2,600 teachers from 875 public schools were trained to use the system. And in 2025, furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the Guyana Leadership Academy was launched to further strengthen leadership and management capabilities across all levels. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to tertiary education. Mr. Speaker, to eliminate the burden on those who have taken or who had taken in the past University of Guyana student loans, we took the decision, Mr. Speaker, that we will write off, and we have written off, over $3 billion in student loans, benefiting more than 4,000 persons. Mr. Speaker, needless to say, we, in and of the People's Progressive Party civic government, will continue the write-off program in 2026. Mr. Speaker, since we abolished tuition fees for UG, the number of applications to pursue higher education has skyrocketed. From 17,800 applications in the 2024-2025 academic year, from 17,800 to 26,000 in the 2025-2026 academic year. From 17,800 to 26,000, Mr. Speaker. And recognizing the high demand for access to particular University of Guyana programs, especially engineering and the medical sciences, and in keeping with our rapidly growing demand for skilled personnel in these areas, we will be expanding access. In fact, it might be appropriate for me to say we are expanding access to medicine and engineering programs in regions 2, 3, and 6. And for the full rollout of that initiative to ensure that persons can access medical sciences and engineering programs in regions 2, 3, and 6, an amount of $1 billion is provided to ensure the successful deployment of this initiative. Mr. Speaker, in order to finance its ongoing and expanded operations, including this new initiative, the University of Guyana has been allocated a total of $14.5 billion in 2026. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of the objective of delivering tertiary education, even in the homes of those who, for one reason or another, might be unable to attend a traditional bricks and mortar campus, such as Turkine or Tain. We promised in our manifesto in 2020 the delivery of online scholarships. That led, sir, to what has now become known, indeed what we implemented immediately upon entering office, and what is known as the Guyana Online Academy of Learning. Mr. Speaker, that program has seen us exceed our manifesto commitment and has seen a vast upsurge in demand for scholarships, and in fact an expansion in the range of programs that it offers. So much so, Mr. Speaker, that in our 2025 manifesto, we undertook to offer, we committed to offer an unlimited number of scholarships to all eligible Guyanese. If you apply and get admitted to the program on the goal and you want a scholarship, the People's Progressive Party civic government will give you that scholarship. And you will do your course and you will get your certificate and your degree and your master's degree and even your PhD. And you will be able to take advantage of better employment opportunities, progressively better employment opportunities over and beyond the course of your studies. Mr. Speaker, in 2025 alone, we awarded 10,805 scholarships. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we have allocated $5.8 billion to roll out this program even further. We have also, Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of our objective of ensuring that our public officers are upskilled, are able to explore new vistas of opportunities and acquire new skills, whether it be information technology or digital skills, whether it be language and linguistic skills, whether it be technical areas. We have rolled out a public service upskilling platform in partnership with Coursera. And today, a wide range of online professional courses are available to our public servants free of charge. And they are welcome to peruse a long list, a long menu of courses that they are able to sign up for and able to access completely free of charge and obtaining certifications issued by internationally renowned universities. Offered, Mr. Speaker, by the People's Progressive Party. This is another one of them who has a problem paying attention. This is another one of them who got a problem with paying attention, like he now wake up. Like he now wake up. Honorable Member, Mr. Campbell, you need to crack the whip. You need to crack the whip. You have a lot of MPs who are sleeping in the house. You need to crack the whip, or like you sleeping on the job too. You need to crack the whip. You got a lot of MPs sleeping on the job. You came late. You missed the UG gaff. Crack the whip, or else we'll have to get Honorable Gail Teixeira to crack the whip on you. Or, oh yes, they can't figure out where the chief whip will come from, no? That's the problem. They can't, oh, I forgot. APNU wanted their own chief whip. I had forgotten. APNU wanted their own chief whip, and they were told, no. The opposition gets one chief whip. They wanted their own chief whip. You know, APNU has now become three parties over there. I hear they say they want three chief whip. You know why? Because they need good licks. They like tech licks. One whip ain't good enough. They want three. They want three whip. You should have been here to listen. You were not here. As usual, clueless. As usual, clueless. Pay attention. You are incompetent, honorable member. Honorable member, the inattentiveness and incompetence of APNU. I'm inviting the people of Guyana to view the video of APNU AFC, of APNU MPs repeatedly asking questions about matters that were just discussed under the leadership of Honorable Campbell. Under the leadership of Honorable Campbell. Listen to what was being said in the house. Don't come in the house. Don't come in the house late. Don't come in the house late and asking questions. I'm not here to repeat things for you.
Let me start talking about poetry.
If you got a problem paying attention, I'm not here to solve your problem. I forget they wanted a chief whip of their own. Yeah. Honorable Gale, make a case for them forget a chief whip of their own. Now they want a whip, they need some good licks.
Somebody somewhere is paying attention to you. Somebody somewhere is paying attention.
Check in. Gale.
Somebody somewhere. It's certainly not us. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, those who don't pay attention generally bring last in the class. Need I say more, sir? Moving swiftly on. Technical and vocational education. Mr. Speaker, this People's Progressive Party civic government. Last in the class. Don't pay attention, that's why. He's there for a reason. What do you think? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I told them they said they're happy.
Moving swiftly on, sir.
The gentleman has found his voice. You notice?
Makes no sense.
The gentleman has found his voice.
Mr. Speaker. Not even Norton would do that. But these were leaders, right? Mr. Speaker, this People's Progressive Party civic government views technical, vocational, educational training opportunities as critical to the needs of our labor force. To this end, we have commissioned practical instructional places or spaces rather, like centers at Bartica, St. Ignatius, and in the Northwest District at BV, Better Acting, Fellowship and Hopetown, benefiting over 3,900 persons. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we completed construction of the Guyana Technical Training College campus in Port Morant, which will now deliver hands-on training to equip our workforce, which is already delivering hands-on training to equip our workforce with skills for the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, to date, through the use of the state-of-the-art facility simulator known as Factor, over 50 persons graduated in areas such as mechanical, production and process operations, and 20 more are expected to graduate in March 2026. And these people, all of these persons graduating, go straight into employment, into work in the oil and gas industry. Young Guyanese people walking straight out of that facility in Port Morant into an oil and gas job that otherwise they would have to have gone overseas to train for. That training used to take place in Canada. It is now offered in Port Morant. Mr. Speaker, In 2026, we will begin construction of a practical instructional center at Madhya, for which $100 million is budgeted. Mr. Speaker, the Board of Industrial Training, an extremely important and historic institution, spent $2.6 billion to train over 14,000 persons over the last 5 years, of which in 2025 alone, 2,218 of them graduated in practical skill areas after completion of their course, in which they find themselves immediately employable. In such important areas as heavy equipment operators, for which we are unable to supply as many heavy equipment operators as are needed. As soon as the course is completed, a graduated heavy equipment operator walks straight into a job. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, $723.1 million is allocated to train over 2,000 more persons in areas such as electrical installation, welding and fabrication, plumbing and furniture making, all practical skill areas in high demand. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the sum of $2.5 billion was spent for TVET. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, a further $2.5 billion is budgeted to roll out further our TVET programs. Mr. Speaker, in the education sector as a whole, in 2025, the sum of $183.5 billion was spent to support all of our interventions. In 2026, another $183.6 billion is budgeted for the sector. Mr. Speaker, turning to the health sector, our aim is to deliver a modern, world-class health sector that ensures access to state-of-the-art medical facilities and equipment, the timely availability of drugs and medical supplies, and the integration of digital technologies. Facilities, equipment, and drugs. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we brought into operation not one, not two, not three, but 6 new state-of-the-art regional hospitals in Lima, Dikendren, Diamond, Enmore, Bath, and number 75 Village. 6 brand new state-of-the-art regional hospitals. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, they didn't have that problem. They didn't have a hospital, so they didn't need a doctor. They didn't have that problem. If you don't build a new hospital, you don't need a doctor. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we will continue our efforts to deliver a fully transformed healthcare system through the following initiatives, amongst others. Advancing construction on the pediatric and maternity hospital and 6 regional hospitals in Moruca, West Demerara, New Amsterdam, Partika, Keto, and Letem. Mr. Speaker, the sum of $24 billion is budgeted for this purpose. Upgrading the Georgetown Public Hospital Corporation and completing polyclinics at Campbellville and an industry, along with other critical infrastructural upgrades, for which the sum of $1.5 billion is budgeted. Constructing, retrofitting, and maintaining other health facilities at a cost of $12.6 billion. Constructing the new National Neurological Rehabilitation Center to provide specialized clinical care and long-term management of brain injuries, such as stroke, head and spinal cord, and neuromuscular disorders, and a modern oncology center to provide a comprehensive patient-centered cancer care facility for which $1.1 billion is budgeted. Mr. Speaker, a critical aspect of our healthcare delivery is the expansion and upgrade where needed of our fleet of medical equipment. In 2025, the sum of $4.6 billion was expended, and in 2026, another $3.1 billion is budgeted for several key initiatives. These include the installation of an MRI machine and an additional CT scanner and cath lab for the GPHC. The installation of an additional 50 telemedicine sites to serve our most remote communities and improve their access to specialized care, no matter where they live. The integration of AI-supported diagnostic systems for the improvement of clinical decision-making and to upgrade the quality of healthcare provided. Mr. Speaker, the timely and adequate delivery of drugs is essential to ensuring quality care to the Guyanese people. As such, we have budgeted for the following key initiatives: the construction of 5 regional distribution centers in Mabaruma, Onderneming, Williamsburg, Lethem, and Bamia. Investing in the modernization of the drug supply chain management system through advanced warehousing, inventory tracking, and medication dispensing systems. And then, of course, Mr. Speaker, the supply and delivery of drugs and medical supplies, of which $30.3 billion was spent in 2025, and an additional $34.9 billion is budgeted in 2026. I turn now, Mr. Speaker, to the electronic health record system. Mr. Speaker, a flagship undertaking in the health sector is the digitization of the healthcare system through the implementation of a national electronic health record system, a single integrated system that allows medical records to be available universally across the system-wide, instantaneous availability. The aim is to provide a comprehensive solution to capture, store, manage, and share health-related information, with the very obvious advantages of enhancing patient care, reducing waiting time, etc. We began the rollout at GPHC. A few weeks ago, my distinguished colleague, the Honorable Minister Frank Anthony, launched it at the Festival City Polyclinic. Regrettably, I was unable to avail myself of your invitation, Honorable Minister of Health, but I hope that I will repair that deficiency at an appropriate opportunity in the future. The system now allows online appointment bookings, digital medical history, and seamless data access across the entire system. We expect this system to be fully implemented at GPHC within the first half of 2026, and we've budgeted $764 million to achieve that objective. Human resource capacity, we are training in the health sector like we have never trained before. Mr. Speaker, work will be advanced in 2026 on 2 health sciences training complexes, one in Region 2 at Sodi and one in New Amsterdam. We have budgeted $1 billion for those 2 to be advanced. We have trained through GPHC's residency program a total of more than 30 doctors last year. We'll be training another 162 in 2026 to specialize in various areas: neurosurgery, urology, intensive care, just to name a few. We have increased, as I mentioned earlier, the capacity of the UG College of Medical Sciences to accommodate students in the regions. Decentralizing, We have introduced the pre-med program, a brand new program introduced by the health sector in collaboration with the University of Guyana to make available the pre-med program in regions 2, 3, 6, and 9, allowing people an alternative or new pathway and access through without having necessarily to come to Turkine. We have trained in 2025 alone 2,862 nursing and allied health professionals. And in 2026, we will train an additional 5,440 persons in these areas. And Mr. Speaker, these are not only training to give them a certificate. These people complete these training programs. These trainees, these young Guyanese boys and girls come in, get this training program, compliments of the People's Progressive Party civic government. And when they complete their training programs, they walk straight into a job in the public health care system. 2,862 of them did that last year. And this year, 5,440 of them will be doing that. They are young Guyanese boys and girls. We have launched the Digital Health Training Institute to train professionals in health informatics. And the list goes on. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. And were I to exhaust the list, I would detain you, Mr. Speaker, until tomorrow. Not that I would object to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, chronic diseases. To promote preventative health care, we provided health vouchers to all of our citizens. We screened more than 220. Mr. Speaker, we screened more than 221,000 persons in collaboration with private healthcare providers. 221,000 persons. Mr. Speaker, looking ahead, we plan to strengthen preventative medicine programs, dialysis, deploying dialysis machines in the regional hospitals, making dialysis treatment available to our citizens. We will expand programs to reduce the incidence of diabetes, hypertension, etc. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to mental health, we have established a suicide prevention hotline. We will continue to decentralize mental health services, etc. Communicable diseases. Mr. Speaker, communicable diseases continue to pose challenges, and we've implemented a range of measures to strengthen surveillance, prevention, and elimination. We've provided fogging equipment to all NDCs, and we've urged them to continue to fog on a timetable to intensify larviciding measures for the elimination of malaria and dengue. In the area of filaria, we have conducted door-to-door distribution of medicines. In the area of HIV, we have increased voluntary testing sites to 82 facilities, and we have continued PrEP distribution, the pre-exposure prophylaxis program. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we will increase surveillance and testing, along with continued sensitization and training. Maternal health and adolescent health, Mr. Speaker. Here again, we provided care packages to over 3,000 hinterland mothers, and we screened over 40,000 children, young Guyanese boys and girls. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, an additional 98,500 students will be screened, including an expanded preschool child health screening program. Emergency medical service. Mr. Speaker, this is a major initiative. We are currently preparing a major overhaul to the emergency medical system, or EMS as it is commonly known, to operationalize a new Guyana Emergency Medical Authority. Mr. Speaker, with the establishment of the Guyana Emergency Medical Authority, the entire EMS will be strengthened and expanded. We will acquire additional ambulances to bring the entire fleet under a single integrated management structure. We will advance efforts to develop the workforce, including recruiting and training EMS professionals. We will add to our telehealth framework. We will develop organizational structures. We will integrate dispatch centers. We will optimize resource management systems. We will incorporate data-driven performance analytics so we know where the equipment is at any point in time, and optimal deployment of the equipment in cases of emergency. And we're doing this in collaboration with world-class partners and expertise. Mr. Speaker, for the deployment of the Guyana Emergency Medical Authority and the implementation of this world-class EMS system, we have budgeted this year $3.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, a total of $136.6 billion was spent in the health sector. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, a total of $161.6 billion is budgeted to further propel our health sector. Turning now, Mr. Speaker, to the housing sector. I was more accustomed to seeing the Honorable Minister Kroll to my right, but he has been elevated to the left. He's moved to the left. Mr. Speaker, in housing, the delivery of affordable housing to our citizens has been nothing short of transformative. In fact, I believe meteoric would be a more appropriate word. Over the last 5 years, we have developed over 100 housing areas. We've allocated over 53,000 house lots. We've constructed over 2,600 homes across all income categories. We have rolled out a range of housing assistance measures to make homeownership more affordable. These include measures such as the removal of VAT on locally produced building materials, increases in the ceiling on low-income mortgages at commercial banks, increased ceiling on housing loans at the New Building Society, and the doubling of the mortgage interest relief cap. We implemented the steel and cement subsidy program, the LETEM Housing Support Initiative, the Laying Avenue Housing Grant, and the Yarrow Cabra Homestead Project, just to name a few. We've also implemented the single window approval system to simplify and fast-track building applications for commercial, industrial, institutional, and infrastructural uses, amongst others, digitizing a process that was once notoriously manual and tedious. Mr. Speaker, in 2025 alone, we completed infrastructure development works in several areas, including Blackbush Polder, Success, Felicity, Dikendron, Hararuni, Linden, and Madhya, amongst others. We allocated over 13,000 low and middle income and young professional house lots. And we constructed several houses and distributed over 5,500 land titles and transports. Mr. Speaker, looking ahead, our vision for the next 5 years involves a heavy focus on eliminating the current backlog of housing applications for all regions except, Mr. Speaker, for Region 4, where the level of demand is so extraordinary and vastly exceeds the other regions that we have to contemplate a little bit more carefully how we will address that particular situation. the level of demand for Region 4 for obvious reasons. Region 4, which is proximity to Georgetown, East Bank, West Bank, East Bank, East Coast, and then of course proximity to West Bank in Region 3. Region 4 has very high demand. But our aim is to eliminate the backlog in every other region. And Minister Kroll and Minister Ben have already started this work. Mr. Speaker, we will create new housing stock by constructing new housing areas and upgrading existing ones. We plan to build over the 5-year period 40,000 new homes because of the tremendous demand for turnkey homes and the strong preference that is being expressed for turnkey homes instead of house lots. Mr. Speaker, that is 40,000 new homes that will be occupied by 40,000 Guyanese families. Putting people first. Yet again. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we have allocated for housing development sums totaling $159.1 billion. With those resources, we will continue to develop new and existing housing areas, including Molson Creek, Hogstye, Providence, Overwinning, Experiment, just to name a few, Bartica, Mabaruma, Silica City, Wisma, Kwakwani, just to name a few, Lethem, etc. We will allocate 15,000 house lots across all income categories. We will facilitate, like I mentioned, a further 8,000 homes out of the 40,000 homes. We will issue over 7,000 titles and transports, allowing the recipients to hold in their hands an instrument that is collateralizable. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, presenting 7,000 Guyanese families with an instrument, a title to a plot of land that is collateralizable, making them landowners, homeowners, owners of their own home, and giving them an asset that they can take, literally take to the bank. Mr. Speaker, in the context of more persons owning their own homes, along with the growing expectation of more comfortable communities, we will implement a number of initiatives aimed at improving the quality of life enjoyed in existing housing communities. Mr. Speaker, some of these will include constructing concrete interlock drains along the concrete roads that have already been constructed in villages countrywide. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2026 has allocated the sum of $8 billion to construct concrete drains in housing areas. Imagine what that will do to transform communities. Mr. Speaker, we will develop new and improved recreational facilities and green spaces. We will install community street lighting in main access roads, major junctions, and heavy traffic areas in the first instance, and then further rolling these out in the communities. We will develop designated mini industrial areas for certain categories of businesses to be located in order to reduce noise and dust pollution in heavily populated areas, because this is something that we increasingly hear from villagers saying that there are certain types of businesses that generate noise and generate dust that cause pollution. And in today's Guyana, there's an expectation, and a perfectly legitimate one, that people will be able to live in their villages and in their communities without having to cope with that historic kind of pollution, noise, dust, etc. Mr. Speaker, in water, turning to water, access, it goes without saying, access to safe and clean water is not only a basic human right, but it is one of the most essential necessities for a healthy life. We are lucky in Guyana to be blessed with an abundance of water resources, but the process to extract and deliver quality, affordable, and reliable potable water requires substantial expertise and investment. Our aim is to provide access to a reliable supply of potable water nationwide by drilling new wells and refurbishing existing ones where needed, by expanding and upgrading the T&D network, by constructing new water treatment plants, by applying leak detection technology to safeguard the integrity and quality of water, and by digitizing the metering and billing system. We intend also to achieve more friendly customer service by making the customer complaints process fully automated. So gone are the days when customers will call to make a complaint and be stuck on the telephone forever. Access to potable water. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, work will advance on several wells. New wells, including Westminster, Yarrow Cabra, number 56 Village, benefiting over 81,000 residents. We will also work on the laying of over 100 kilometers of distribution mains. Mr. Speaker, in the hinterland, we will provide access to water to over 37,000 hinterland residents through key interventions, such as construction of new wells and water distribution systems at areas including Port Kaituma, Mabaruma, Bethany, Sandhills, Batavia, Morakam, Campbelltown, Madhya, Kumu, Shia, just to name a few. We will deploy solar PV systems in several communities, Baramita, Waramuri, Kwabana, Jawala, just to name a few. We will procure and install water treatment systems and install electromechanical components and critical spares to ensure long-term sustainability of these systems. For these initiatives, Mr. Speaker, a sum of $1.5 billion has been budgeted. Mr. Speaker, we will also be investing heavily in improving water quality and service. Work will advance on the water treatment plant at Hope, which will benefit over 35,000 residents in the Cane Grove to Cove and John corridor. And a second water treatment plant will be constructed in Diamond to service over 36,000 residents on the East Bank Demerara corridor. Construction of that plant at Diamond is set to commence this year. Mr. Speaker, we will do repairs and upgrades at Shelter Belt to improve service to the greater Georgetown community, benefiting over 60,000 persons when that is completed. For these initiatives, Mr. Speaker, we've budgeted $8.2 billion. And for the water sector as a whole, whereas we spent $19.7 billion last year, an additional sum of $21.6 billion is budgeted for 2026 to advance these initiatives. Sanitation and solid waste management. Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, we have strengthened solid waste management with the upgrading of landfill sites, delivery of critical waste management equipment to local democratic organs, and continuous cleanup programs. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, we know how important being able to live in clean and safe communities is to the citizens of Guyana. People, very simply, would like to see their surroundings clean and free of garbage. This is essential not only for good public health outcomes, but, Mr. Speaker, it's a very basic influence on quality of life. We will invest heavily to ensure more comprehensive nationwide garbage collection and disposal. We will launch a national waste recycling program. We will develop and upgrade landfill sites across all regions. We will provide technical support to the local democratic organs, to enhance their operational efficiency, and we will deploy critical waste management equipment and evaluate proposals from private investors for waste-to-energy pilots. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of these objectives, key highlights will include constructing access roads and landfill facilities at Zorg, Lusignan, Manrabisi, 10 Miles, Bon Success, Mabura, Rockstone, just to name a few. We will deploy compactor trucks and bins. We will advance procurement on additional waste management equipment, and we will continue the National Solid Waste Cleanup Campaign, including the Waste Recycling and Separation Initiative aimed at sustainable waste processing practices. Mr. Speaker, to this end, a total of $7.9 billion is budgeted in 2026. I turn now, Mr. Speaker, to special targeted interventions for special groups amongst our population, Amerindian and hinterland communities. Mr. Speaker, we continue to focus on initiatives that prioritize the advancement of our First Peoples, focusing on initiatives that empower villages to lead their own development path, develop viable village economies, and ensure food security, build human capacity, and improve the quality of social services. To this end, we reinvigorated the Amerindian Land Titling Initiative, which was callously abandoned during the 2015 to 2020 period when the APNU AFC was in government. We came back into office and we resuscitated the Amerindian Land Titling Program, and we will be continuing that program. We revitalized the CSO program, having come into office after the APNU AFC had terminated the employment of these young Amerindian boys and girls, or young Amerindian young men and women, having had their employment terminated callously and unconscionably by the APNU AFC. We came back into government and we resumed the program, and we hired CSOs, and we have been growing the program, and we will continue the program. We have invested substantially in training, education, health, and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, looking forward, under the ALT, the Amerindian Land Titling Program, as it is abbreviated, the ALT, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, certificates of title were issued to 7 villages, including Akawini, Hobadiah, Manowaring, Red Hill, Sawariwao, benefiting more than 5,500 individuals who now legally own over 350 square kilometers of property in their villages. Mr. Speaker, investigations have been done in 5 communities in Region 9 and 10 in 2025. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, on that program, Mr. Speaker, we spent $287 million in 2025. We have budgeted $400 million to continue the Amerindian Land Titling Program in 2026. Mr. Speaker, under the Amerindian Development Fund and presidential grants, where we provide grants to Amerindian villages to invest in projects aimed at achieving a viable village economy. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we provided a total of $5 billion. In 2026, we have budgeted another $5 billion to continue that program. Mr. Speaker, under the CSO program, we have provided direct employment and skills training to 2,700 young Amerindian men and women. In 2025, we spent $1.5 billion on that program. In 2026, Mr. Speaker, we have budgeted $1.9 billion for that program. Under hinterland scholarships, over 500 students benefit from scholarships. Last year, we budgeted $80.8 million. This year, we've budgeted $133.8 million. Under the Gold Scholarship Program, 880 students from Amerindian communities received scholarships in 2025. In 2026, Mr. Speaker, we will provide scholarships to everybody who applies and gets into the program. Every single person. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we're also, of course, ramping up construction of schools, health centers, water distribution centers. We're also supporting the cultural heritage of our Amerindian brothers and sisters, looking forward, of course, to celebrating heritage. We, of course, have the privilege of engaging every year with the National Tushaus Council, the elected leaders of the villages, and we look forward to being able to do so yet again. Mr. Speaker, under our Low Carbon Development Strategy program, our indigenous communities continue to access a minimum of 15% of carbon credit sales, which they utilize to implement crucial community-led initiatives reflected in village sustainability plans that are developed by the village themselves. The proceeds of those carbon credit sales, the 15% of total carbon credit sales, those proceeds go to finance those VSBs. And I've had the privilege of seeing some of the projects that have really made it absolutely remarkable investments to generate economic activity in those villages. Mr. Speaker, we will be continuing this program in 2026. Mr. Speaker, under this initiative, since it commenced in 2023, when we got our first proceeds of sales from sales from carbon credits, Mr. Speaker, this initiative has made available to our Amerindian brothers and sisters a total of $14.4 billion, of which, sir, in 2025 alone, $4.8 billion was disbursed. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we will, of course, be continuing this program and honoring our commitment of a minimum of 15% of the proceeds. Mr. Speaker, excluding the carbon credit transfers, not counting the carbon credit transfers, last year, a total of $7.2 billion was spent on our Amerindian communities. In 2026, a total of $7.5 billion is budgeted. Children, women, and the elderly. Mr. Speaker, our children are the custodians of our future. They are our future. Our women nurture and shape our destiny. And our elderly dedicated their energies and sustenance in building our strong and resilient nation. It therefore goes without saying that protecting, empowering, and securing their well-being and dignity will continue to rank amongst the highest priority for our government. Our vision, thus, is anchored in ensuring that their needs are adequately met and that their welfare is incorporated and prioritized in our development processes. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to provide a safe and inclusive space for our children to empower them to freely express themselves and engage in meaningful contribution to nation building. To this end, in 2025, we constructed an early childhood development center at Diamond and a day and night care center at Anna Katrina. We launched a cash grant of $100,000 benefiting over 13,000 newborn babies. And we have trained hundreds of persons in basic and advanced child care and supported them in opening their own home-based childcare facility. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, government will continue to provide childcare support and services as follows. We will complete the construction of the day and night care facility at Providence. We will commence construction of 4 additional day and night care centers in regions 2, 5, 6, and 8. We will co-invest with qualified private individuals to provide child care services. And of course, we will continue our one-off cash grant for newborns. We will continue to train persons and ramp up that training to provide basic and advanced child care services. And we will invest in safe, child-friendly spaces to promote recreational activities for families and communities. Turning to initiatives that empower our women. In 2025, we trained over 6,600 women in technical and entrepreneurial skills through the Women Innovation and Investment Network and the Board of Industrial Training, the BIT, yet another BIT series of programs. We awarded more than 7,000 gold scholarships. We distributed 6,350 house lots. We facilitated, and I hope I'm not underestimating the number, no doubt Minister Prasad will correct me if I am, we facilitated over 300 women-owned businesses at the We Lift event. In 2026, we will continue and expand ongoing initiatives in an effort to promote entrepreneurial opportunities and essential life skills to empower our women folk. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to promote deliberate policies to improve the welfare of our senior citizens. To this end, in addition to the monthly old age pension, we provided electricity subsidies to more than 31,000 and water subsidies to over 35,000 persons. More than 8,500 pensioners benefited from the National Eye Care Program. 345 persons received assistive aids, and over 4,900 benefited from home-based care. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we will deliver more to our senior citizens. We will expand home-based care services. We will increase access to health care. We will co-invest, as I mentioned earlier, in connection with the child care facilities. We will also co-invest in elderly care facilities. We will construct a new senior citizens' home, and we will upgrade the quality of care for the current residents of the Palms. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, the sum of $64 billion was spent. In 2026, Mr. Speaker, we have budgeted the sum of $78.3 billion to support targeted interventions in social services for our children, women, and senior citizens, as well as for persons living with disabilities. Youth and sports. Mr. Speaker, our government has made unprecedented investments in support of youth and sports development, grounded firmly in our commitment to empower young Guyanese with the skills, opportunities, and resources to contribute productively to national development. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we spent $1.2 billion on youth development. In 2026, we will continue to expand the YEST program, the Youth Entrepreneurial and Skills Training Program, to train hundreds of persons to achieve the CVQ certification. This is the Caribbean Vocational Qualification Certification. We will provide apprenticeship stipends and youth engagement activities, expand those programs. Overall, Mr. Speaker, we anticipate that some 13,000 young people will benefit from these various initiatives. Mr. Speaker, the sum of $1.2 billion is budgeted to continue to support youth development of course not counting how much we're investing in young people through the education system. Mr. Speaker, with respect to sports, we know that raw talent alone, which of course we in Guyana have in abundance, is not sufficient for our athletes to maximize fully their potential. It is for this reason that we invest so heavily in developing world-class facilities, in employing professional coaching personnel, in encouraging national and international athletes to provide mentorship, in hosting and participating in national, regional, international sporting events, and in creating a world-class market for sports tourism. Sports, Mr. Speaker, is big business, and we are committed to providing the enabling environment for our young athletes to take advantage and grab these opportunities with both hands. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, $8 billion was spent on sports development. In 2026, we will complete the Palmyra International Stadium, Anna Regina and Mackenzie multi-purpose sports facilities, New Amsterdam synthetic track. We will advance works on the Good Hope Cricket Academy. We will advance works on a boxing facility at Angois Avenue in New Amsterdam. We will advance work on a chess facility at the Providence Stadium, as well as multi-purpose halls across the country. We will initiate construction of Guyana's first dedicated powerlifting and high-performance conditioning facility. And we will advance works at a cricket academy at Albion. Mr. Speaker, in the hinterland regions, we will provide coaching and training for our athletes to help nurture and develop their talents. In pursuit of these objectives, Mr. Speaker, a total of $6 billion is budgeted to continue our commitment, to deliver on our commitment to sports development, including $1.3 billion to maintain and upgrade grounds across the country. Persons living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, our government has long recognized the invaluable contributions that differently abled persons can make and are making in many cases. And we have worked to create a more caring and humane society by providing support to, and importantly, opportunities to persons living with disabilities. Our objective is for all Guyanese, including persons living with disabilities, to be empowered economically and financially, to sustain themselves, and for them to fully participate in all aspects of national life, to pursue their dreams, and to be able to contribute to nation building. In 2025, we implemented a wide range of support, such as payment of permanent disability benefits to over 26,000 persons. We distributed a one-off cash grant of 50,000 persons to all registered persons with disabilities. We expanded inclusive education and teacher training in special education needs. We retrofitted schools and other public service facilities to allow for easier access. We constructed Guyana's first school for the hearing impaired at Cummings Lodge. We provided access to literacy and skills development training to over 830 persons living with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we will continue and expand on all of these programs to benefit persons living with disabilities. We will begin construction of our country's first school for the autistic at CPC. We will construct or establish centers in every region, and a SEN unit at Port Kaituma Primary, for which the sum of $316.5 million is budgeted. Mr. Speaker, more than 1,200 persons with disabilities across multiple regions will receive skills training, and over 70 persons with disabilities are targeted to receive entrepreneurial loans. We will work with the private sector and other government agencies with a view to offering opportunities to persons with disabilities to enter the workforce as a means of achieving full economic empowerment. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to public safety and security. Over the last 5 years, we have taken several major steps to promote safety, security, and to deter crime. We strengthen capacity through upgraded facilities, modern equipment, enhanced training, better investigative and forensic capabilities, and advanced intelligence supported by modern information and communications technology. We have also deepened bilateral partnerships with regional and international crime-fighting agencies. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with our promise and in recognition of the outstanding services of our men and women in uniform, we have improved remuneration packages, and of course, we have restored the Joint Services 1 month bonus to which I referred earlier. Within the Guyana Police Force, we have taken unprecedented steps to have a modern Guyana Police Force capable of intelligence-driven, technology-based, citizen-friendly policing. Citizen-friendly policing, in which a high degree of public confidence is earned and maintained, and which ensures that safe communities and an environment in which businesses and citizens can conduct their daily lives free of fear. In 2025, a sum of $4.7 billion was spent to advance infrastructural upgrades. In 2026, a further sum of $3.6 billion is budgeted to further enhance the infrastructural capacity of the Guyana Police Force on initiatives that include the construction of the Big Dam Police Station, for which $1.2 billion is budgeted, completing 11 additional police stations, for which $475.7 million is budgeted, and advancing works on a modern police training academy at Dora, for which $139.8 million is allocated. Improving force mobility, visibility, and responsiveness. Mr. Speaker, since returning to office in 2020, we have strengthened the police force's operational capacity through the addition of an assorted suite of transport assets. In 2025, we've also incorporated the use of 5,000 body cameras, which now enhance service delivery and offer digital audio and video evidence for criminal, civil, and traffic-related matters, completely revolutionizing the quality of policing provided. Over the next 5 years, we will substantially expand police presence in all communities. We will commence the design of an automated fleet management system to improve responsiveness, and Mr. Speaker, to further expand the force's transport capabilities. An additional $900 million is budgeted in 2026.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, to take full advantage of some of the most advanced and sophisticated modern equipment and innovative technology, we are rolling out the Safe Country Initiative, which has completely transformed our ability to detect criminal acts and to apprehend the perpetrators. To date, 781 intelligence video surveillance sites have been completed in priority areas in regions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we spent $6.2 billion to expand this system. In 2026, another $5 billion has been budgeted to further roll out this system. Community policing. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we spent $182.6 million to support community policing, equipping over 400 policing groups. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we have budgeted $245.8 million to support and expand community policing. Training. We spent $250 million to train nearly 4,000 ranks. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we have budgeted another $250 million for training of police ranks. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, a total of $36.2 billion is budgeted to support the activities of the Guyana Police Force. The Guyana Prison Service, we've embarked on a comprehensive transformation of the prison system to make it a modern correctional institution. We've completed the Lusignan Prison Headquarters. We've upgraded Mazaruni and New Amsterdam. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of these and other objectives, we spent, particularly in relation to infrastructural upgrades, we spent $2.1 billion in 2025. We've provided another $1.5 billion in 2026 to further expand and upgrade prison infrastructure. On training, we continue to prioritize inmate rehabilitation, vocational training, including in practical areas, preparing them for life after they would have been freed. We're also providing comprehensive training to prison officers, including in prison management and human rights. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, a sum of $141.8 million is budgeted. Mr. Speaker, in total for the prison service, $6 billion is budgeted in 2026. Fire, Mr. Speaker. We have completely revamped the capabilities of the fire service. In 2025, we completed 5 new fire stations. We have completely upgraded the fleet of equipment. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we have spent $527.9 million to procure a crash tender, 3 ambulances, 2 water tenders, 5 all-terrain water tenders, 1 breathing apparatus, refilling vehicles, just to mention a few. In 2026, we have budgeted $1.6 billion for firefighting equipment, including 2 airport firefighting vehicles, 4 water tenders, 2 water bowsers, continuing the revolutionizing of the fleet of equipment used by our firefighters in the Guyana Fire Service. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the value of fire hydrants, we spent $503.1 million to procure more than 430 fire hydrants in 2025. We've budgeted another $250 million to buy additional fire hydrants in 2026. Mr. Speaker, a total of $6.3 billion is earmarked for the Guyana Fire Service and for the security sector. In 2025, we spent $94.6 billion. In 2026, a total of $100.3 billion is budgeted to build out a modern, robust, and technology-driven security sector. Mr. Speaker, turning to institutional reforms, and in particular, turning to governance and public institutions, in particular governance. Mr. Speaker, building on the progress already made under the distinguished leadership of our Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, the Dean of the Ministerial Corps, if she'll permit me to describe her as such, Minister Gail Teixeira, my distinguished senior colleague. Mr. Speaker, this government stands unwavering in our commitment to the principles of inclusivity, participatory governance, transparency, and accountability.
Yes.
We will continue our rights-based approach to governance, and we will undertake initiatives to achieve these objectives for the benefit of all Guyanese. We focused on strengthening the anti-corruption framework, legal reforms, implementing training initiatives to strengthen oversight and enforcement mechanisms. We completed the 2nd stage of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption review cycle. The resulting report highlighted Guyana's commitment to fighting corruption from promoting good governance in line with international standards. Mr. Speaker, we submitted our annual progress report to the follow-up mechanism for the implementation of the Inter-American Convention Convention Against Corruption, popularly known as MESISIC. Mr. Speaker, our 11-agency National Coordination Committee stood out as a strong homegrown initiative for an excellent anti-corruption coordination committee and has been cited as an example worthy of replication around the world. We completed reports to CFATF and to EITI, as I mentioned earlier, and documented the tremendous progress that we've made. We became a member of the Egmont Group, the international collective of FIUs, Financial Intelligence Units, allowing us now to collaborate with our counterpart FIUs worldwide in investigating money laundering and other financial crimes. Looking ahead, we are committed to establishing a dedicated anti-corruption unit to help strengthen our institutional architecture for fighting corruption. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, our government submitted the 4th National Report under the Universal Periodic Review, the UPR mechanism of the United Nations Human Rights Council. Guyana's progress was recognized and recommendations for continued improvement were made by several states. And the National Mechanism for Reporting and Follow-up once again was recognized as the most innovative approach and was applauded for its innovation and its effectiveness. We continue to deliver the international human rights, yet another innovation, an international human rights law certificate course, perhaps the only one in the Caribbean, a program which aims to strengthen the capacity of public officials, civil society actors, and private sector representatives to understand and apply human rights principles in governance, policy making, and service delivery. This course, Mr. Speaker, has been oversubscribed. Oversubscribed. It has demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, its overwhelming relevance. And in 2026, Mr. Speaker, we intend to expand the cohort and the capacity of this program. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to implement the various recommendations made, and we will meet our obligations under the ratified treaties and conventions, building resilient institutions to strengthen our country's governance and anti-corruption and human rights frameworks. Turning, sir, to the strengthening of the justice system, Mr. Speaker, a strong justice system is the anchor of any democratic society. Recognizing this, our government has been taking all necessary and appropriate steps to ensure continuous strengthening of the justice sector through institutional reform, sustained investment, and digital transformation. We've invested more than ever before at any time in our country's history in courts infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, $1.5 billion was invested to expand our court infrastructure. New courts were established in Regina, Charity, Friendship, Mabaruma, and Nadia. And several other courts have undergone significant extensions. In 2026, Mr. Speaker, $2 billion is budgeted to advance work at various courts, including Timeri, Parfait Harmony, and Providence Magistrates Court, further widening access to justice countrywide. Mr. Speaker, as I approach the halfway mark, digital transformation in the justice system.
Keep going, Ashley.
Since the launch of the e-litigation platform in 2024 for the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the full court, this e-litigation platform is being continuously rolled out to fully automate the court's filing system. Mr. Speaker, 9,962 cases have been filed electronically to date. 7,946 of which were filed in 2025. Mr. Speaker, the case management system launched in 2023 at the Diamond Magistrates Court has now been expanded to include Friendship Magistrates Court, with plans to roll it out further afield. Mr. Speaker, since the reconstituting of the Judicial Service Commission in 2023 and the enactment of the Court of Appeal Amendment Act, significant gains have been made in enhancing the human resource capacity of the justice system. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, 6 justices of appeal were appointed to complement the appointments that were made previously, expanding the complement of puisne judges and of magistrates in our judicial system. Mr. Speaker, these appointments, these legislative enactments to increase the capacity and the appointments that flowed therefrom have significantly increased the capacity of the system to discharge its functions in an efficient and an effective manner. Restorative justice, following the introduction of the Restorative Justice Act 2022, our government commenced the establishment of restorative justice centers across the country. To date, 9 such centers were commissioned, of which 6 were commissioned last year, and 42 cases were successfully resolved using the restorative justice method just last year. We will continue to roll out this program in 2026. At the Deeds and Commercial Registries Authority, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to ensure that the Deeds and Commercial Registry services are accessible to the citizens of Guyana. A state-of-the-art facility was commissioned in Sadi not so long ago in pursuit of this objective. Mr. Speaker, the transition to e-transactions to modernize the operations of the registry with full implementation will be rolled out in 2026. Other initiatives, Mr. Speaker, include the completion of the revised laws of Guyana, further revisions to the laws of Guyana, the completion of the law reports and further updating of the law reports, which we expect to be launched very shortly. This work is substantially completed, and I am advised by my distinguished colleague, the Honorable Attorney General, that the printing of the law reports and the laws of Guyana, the law volumes, that the printing is completed, and we are awaiting simply the launching of these reports. I anticipate that will happen within weeks, if not days. Mr. Speaker, importantly, in keeping with our government's commitment to make legal education more accessible in Guyana, and to position Guyana as a center for legal education for aspiring lawyers from across the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, the Council of Legal Education has approved plans for the establishment of Guyana's very own law school, and preparatory works have already commenced with a view to the development and construction of this law school. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we spent $7.3 billion to finance the expansion and operations of the justice system. In 2026, we have budgeted a sum of $9.3 billion. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to the very important issue of labor market considerations, a very important institutional issue. The evolving labor market situation, Mr. Speaker, continues to command our consistent policy attention. The reality is that the growth in our economy and the decision to decentralize public services have translated into growing opportunities for jobs across the country. In response, we have ramped up training opportunities. I have referred already to many of these, including those offered under the Ministry of Labor by my distinguished colleague, the Minister of Labor, through the Board of Industrial Training and others. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the demand for skilled labor currently still outstrips the supply of skilled labor in several areas. We continue to train aggressively, but we have also been issuing work permits for foreign workers to fill local gaps. And we will continue to do so to meet labor market needs, but our policy objective is to ensure that all Guyanese persons of working age are working. And this means, in many cases, that we will have to train and retrain to resolve where they exist, skills mismatches that might exist in the labor market. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we launched, late in 2025, this new People's Progressive Party civic government launched the Skills Connect app, an innovative platform that is designed to connect workers directly with employment opportunities. And to date, 1,500 persons have registered on that app. Ongoing enhancement will include ratings for services provided and worker rankings to support improved labor market efficiency. We will continue to train aggressively. We will conduct specific labor market needs assessments to drive our policy responses, and we will incorporate more digital and artificial intelligence solutions as we confront these issues. Turning, Mr. Speaker, to the financial sector and payment system and capital markets reform. Mr. Speaker, in this era of transformation, our government would like every single Guyanese citizen to enjoy financial inclusion, an opportunity to participate in the formal financial system, to have a bank account, to be able to access credit, to be able to make payments electronically, and then to invest in more sophisticated financial instruments in due course. Basic services that are essential in the modern world. Mr. Speaker, in order to ensure that this happens, the citizen must first understand the value of such access. Hence, the need for a sound appreciation of basic financial sector concepts. With this aim, we will launch a comprehensive financial literacy and financial inclusion strategy. We will also work with the banks to assist in making bank accounts more accessible. Mr. Speaker, our efforts in this regard have already resulted in simplified procedures to open a bank account being issued, and several banks implementing online solutions that allow for a bank account to be opened online or remotely without a physical visit to the banking hall. We will also encourage the use of electronic platforms, including for interbank transactions, through payment systems reforms, and we will implement appropriate digital solutions. Mr. Speaker, as part of this modernization, particularly in relation to financial literacy and financial inclusion, we will also, relatedly on the subject of access to financing, be implementing capital markets reforms, including with the aim of developing a junior stock exchange, and by structuring special purpose vehicles giving small investors an opportunity to participate in selected government projects through financial instruments like bonds. Turning now, Mr. Speaker, to public administration and public financial management, and in particular revenue management, our main focus in revenue administration is on ensuring that our revenue systems are efficient, less burdensome, that coverage is widened, that access to services is decentralized, and that application is equitable across taxpayers. Put very simply, more efficient and citizen-friendly services. In 2025, we continue to modernize and digitize services and procedures to improve taxpayer experience. We expanded services at an increasing number of regional locations across the country. We deployed several digital applications to facilitate online services. Mr. Speaker, it is little known, and I believe worthwhile to report, that in 2025 alone, as a result of the ICT infrastructure and digital solutions that we've implemented at the GRA, in 2025 alone, Over 68,000 persons submitted their tax returns or filed electronically. This constitutes a 48% increase in e-filers in just 1 year. Walk-in filers declined by 49,000, nearly 50,000 filers, or by 28%, reflecting a clear shift to the convenience of e-filing. Electronic payment transactions grew to 9,544 at a value of $87.5 billion paid electronically, compared to merely 2,532 transactions paid electronically in 2020 at a total value of $11.8 billion. And the list goes on. Other applications that we have issued. Mr. Speaker, we intend to continue to roll out these digital solutions. In government procurement, Mr. Speaker, with expanding outlays and growing budgets, we remain acutely mindful of ensuring that we have a procurement administration that is capable of discharging its important legislative demand in an environment where the volume and value of transactions it is processing are growing very rapidly. In 2025, key achievements include digitizing records, sensitizing and facilitating bidders' registration, and increasing the number of virtual tender openings, just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we have budgeted a sum of $145.2 million to support NPTAB's strengthening. In particular, we will advance e-procurement integration by establishing a dedicated website to publish all government bids, in addition to posting procurement opportunities on ministerial, regional, and agency notice boards to promote wider public awareness and participation. In collaboration with the PPC, we will widen training and capacity building initiatives for all procurement personnel through in-field training workshops and specialized training programs to build capacity. Turning to the National Insurance Scheme, Mr. Speaker, the scheme continues to be the core of our social protection framework for those employed in both the public and private sector, and has expanded dramatically as a result of the evolving dynamics of the economy. As with the GRA, our government's primary concern is the need for an improved quality of service to be provided to citizens. In this regard, we've already started preliminary work to digitize the operations of the NIS to ensure that contributors and pensioners alike are able to get a more efficient and a better quality service. The NIS themselves have already expanded the WhatsApp Life Certificate service by increasing the number of contact numbers from 6 to 20. This has allowed pensioners to complete their life certificates through a WhatsApp video call. And Mr. Speaker, I am advised that the average number of users of the WhatsApp service was over 23,000 as at the end of December 2025. Mr. Speaker, additionally, we recognize that many individuals had narrowly missed qualifying for their NIS pension because they simply didn't satisfy the minimum requirement criterion. That is to say, the requirement of having 750 contributions. We made available last year to the NIS an amount of $10 billion to cater for thousands of persons who had made between 500 and 749 contributions in their lifetime, but remained without an NIS pension. As at end 2025, approximately 3,000 persons have already benefited from that program, and the program remains open for others to access. Turning to data systems strengthening. Mr. Speaker, data and analytics inform policy making, programmatic intervention, and resource allocation. This government is firmly committed to achieving measurable results that demonstrate our promises delivered. And we pride ourselves on operating on the basis of evidence-based facts, not spurious assertions, vague beliefs, or conjecture. Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, the Bureau of Statistics has established a GIS department. We've integrated digital maps and spatial visualizations into data collection, and we will intensify our efforts to strengthen data systems across the public sector. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, the Bureau of Statistics presented the preliminary census results for our 2022 National Population and Housing Census, and the results have since been widely disseminated. The results reveal a nation in the midst of an unprecedented democratic resurgence. Guyana recorded its highest annual rate of growth in 4 decades, reaching a population of 878,674 persons by September 2022. This momentum has continued, and based on administrative data, our population is estimated to have reached 956,044 persons by the end of 2024. Mr. Speaker, having used those same administrative data and extrapolation techniques to project forward and estimate beyond the end of 2024, it is now estimated that at the end of 2025, Guyana's population has crossed the million-person mark for the first time ever, with an estimated population of 1,025,334 persons at the end of 2025. Mr. Speaker, these results are consistent with the observation that more Guyanese are choosing to stay in Guyana, more members of the diaspora are choosing to return to Guyana, and more non-Guyanese are coming to Guyana to invest and to work and to live. Mr. Speaker, with the advancement of the census work, the Bureau has also resumed work on another important survey, the labor market survey. This survey has indicated that in the first quarter of 2020, the pre-COVID-19 quarter, the number of employed persons was 264,862. Mr. Speaker, by the fourth quarter of 2024, that number had surged to 369,270. Mr. Speaker, this represents the creation of over 104,000 jobs in this People's Progressive Party's civic first term of office. This growth aligns with strategic investments in key sectors that we're observing, such as in the construction sector, where more than 22,000 new jobs were created. There's also been significant growth in other sectors such as mining, quarrying, transportation, storage, agriculture, forestry, fishing, as well as health and education. Mr. Speaker, this level of job creation has led to a historic decline in unemployment. We have successfully halved the national unemployment rate, which plummeted from 12.8% in the first quarter of 2020 to just 6.8% in the fourth quarter of 2024. Even more impactful is the transformation for our young people, where youth unemployment has seen a massive reduction from 30.2% in 2020 to 12.1% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, the Bureau will continue its work to update its various frameworks, including its ongoing work to rebase the national accounts through the update of critical data sets by conducting several key surveys to inform data decision-making in government and in private sector. And in a world of growing digitalized services, it is imperative to have good quality data to feed into digital systems for these to be effective. Turning now, Mr. Speaker, to digitalization and decentralization. Mr. Speaker, this government's ambitious digitalization agenda is aimed at modernizing the way that public services are delivered, leveraging technology for improved efficiency and transparency. In this regard, what used to be known as the Ministry of Public Service now has an expanded mandate that includes government efficiency and implementation. Mr. Speaker, with several public sector services having already been integrated and digital solutions to better serve citizens in multiple areas, in road safety, in crime tracking, in border control, in telemedicine, and so many others, we intend to expand across the whole of government digitally based solutions. The National Electronic Identification System will form the backbone of this digitization. It will facilitate a more coordinated approach to public service delivery. It will allow for biometric verification and validation of individuals through a single identifier that enables more efficient interactions with all agencies across government. Mr. Speaker, registration commenced for the national EID late last year, and we've already enrolled over 4,700 persons, and we will be rolling this program out even more aggressively in 2026. Mr. Speaker, two different ID cards exist, one for citizens and one for legal residents in Guyana who are non-citizens. The resident non-citizen card will be issued to persons who have valid work permits. Mr. Speaker, within the next 5 years, government will deliver a new digital Guyana aligned with world-class standards for more responsive public services. Several initiatives will be advanced towards the realization of digital Guyana. Notable amongst these will include the GovConnect app, which will offer online scheduling of appointments and queue management to afford citizens a more efficient experience in interacting with government agencies. We are rolling out the Citizen Connect app, which will allow citizens to submit complaints or concerns to government. We will roll out Ask Gov, a 24/7 AI assistant, which will answer questions and guide users through government transactions and interactions with government services. Mr. Speaker, going forward, our government will develop a My Guyana Citizen Portal, a single portal through which citizens will access all government services, logging in with their citizen ID. Mr. Speaker, our objective to improve delivery of public services to every citizen, regardless of where they live, will be achieved through, in addition to digital solutions, will be achieved through decentralization of government services. This has already resulted in the operationalizing of integrated service centers being rolled out, with the first one already in operation in Leonora in Region 3 and operating with tremendous success and immense positive feedback. And I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that this Honorable House and the people of Guyana will be delighted to know that we will be rolling out and replicating this to other regions during 2026. These centers will offer EID, passport, tax administration, GRO services, all in at a one-stop shop, in one location. Mr. Speaker, we will also continue, of course, to digitize citizen-facing services. Our aim is very simple. We are aiming to ensure that basic services are easily accessible to all Guyanese citizens. Turning to strengthening local government. Mr. Speaker, over the last term, we took deliberate actions to make local democratic organs more efficient, more effective, and more reliable in the delivery of citizen-oriented and community-driven services. We strengthened the governance architecture. We increased financial support. We assisted with capacity by constructing new community markets and the procurement of sanitation equipment and firefighting equipment. And we built training and capacity, we did training and capacity building in financial management and operational efficiency with the aim of building capacity in these local authorities, NDCs in particular. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we continued these initiatives, upgrading community and municipal markets, LDO buildings, etc. Mr. Speaker, in 2026, we recognize the importance of our premier markets, in particular in Georgetown, Stabroek, and border markets. And in the interest of preserving these historic landmarks and enhancing the physical landscape and beautifying our garden city, a responsibility that is not currently being discharged by those to whom this responsibility rests. Speaker, we will